I didn't look. I picked this playlist because I trust White Bat Audio to put out nothing but bangers, and then this track comes on and it's shut the fuck up. We're never playing this playlist ever again. Thank you for the subs. Everyone follow for Salvo, please. Bomp, do 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 do. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm not late. I was just finishing up harassing some women over on we don't do such crash things over here, but I was watching Chud stream and saying hello, and we were trying to get rid of a few more women from gaming. Just wanted to squeeze some more harassment in before the stream. It does look like Gamergate 2 is fucking happening. Games journalists are fucking stupid. They're very stupid. So they did the thing again. They did the thing where they post a bunch of videos, post a bunch of articles, lying by omission, citing each other, going round and round in a circle. They did it. They did it. They did it. They did the thing again. They're one step away from Gamers Are Over. They're one step away. Tarballs. Thank you very much, everyone. Father Salvo, please. One step away. They're posting these articles that are just copy-paste from each other. Man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they're just lying. They're just lying. Luckily, it looks like some of the current bigger gaming figures aren't scared to talk about this stuff. I feel like Asmongold is going to be a decent factor in cracking through any ice. That'll be interesting to see how much of an impact he's going to have. He's been pumping out these Sweet Baby videos. He's looked at the Kim Belair GDC speech. Everyone has fucking seen that when Kotaku and all the people copying them say, no, all they do is improve stories and, change some barks in games. You then go and see what these people say they do. It's not fucking that. Maybe they've been hired by studios or hired by publishers or hired by a producer to do these specific things. But that's not what they want to be doing. They want to get in there and go, hey, actually, you're fucking racist if you don't put this thing I want in there. I know you hired me to, choose what the goons grunt when they're punched, but what you really need to do is this or that. Right? Yeah. Despair? I agree. Asmongold and Mark Kern leading Gamergate. Gamergate 2. Hassan Piker leading anti-Gamergate. And have it destroy all the fucking PR shit that Asmon and Hassan are connected to through their conflict. That would be good stuff. That would be good stuff. To be clear, nothing useful or good is going to come out of this, but it's going to be really fun. No, Despair. That's literally why it's going to be good. That's why it's going to be good. That would be so good. Disaster. You need someone to be a figurehead who's like, I'm the game guy, and then you look at their games and it's fucking shit. Like that guy who made that spaceship game, and everyone put the eye patch on their avatar. Who was that guy? That's an archetype. You have to have it. You have to have the games guy who only releases dog shit, but is looked at as an authority because he makes games, regardless of quality. Not Derek Smart. Something Star. Hyper Turbo Fox for Gamergate leader. Let's go. Let's go. Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu could lead Gamergate. She's already killed a couple minorities, if what I'm reading on Twitter is accurate. Right? Isn't that a thing? Yeah, the guy, the Red Star eye patch guy. What is he? What was he? He made a really, really shit spaceship game that no one liked. But throughout Gamergate, everyone was like, we've got real game devs. Look at this guy. And like pointed at him. And then his game came out and it was fucking ass. Just unmitigated fucking shit. I don't remember what it was called. I don't think his name was Ralph. Hang on. Like an eye patch thing. I'm not finding him. Roguestar sounds very familiar. Slade Villena. This seems correct. Right, what was his game? Roguestar Games. What was his actual game, though? Hold up. There's a game called Roguestar Rescue. But what did... I'm not seeing the list of what he actually made. He did make it and release it, didn't he? Am I out of my mind? I'm 90% certain Roguestar put a game out. Look at Mark Kern's game. No. No, wait, is this some random person playing it? This isn't internal testing. Wait, does this game exist? Is this out? No, this looks like an early internal test or something. What the fuck is this? Come on. Look, Mark Kern just needs to buy a few more cameras and then his games will be good. He just needs a few more cameras, maybe a bus or two, and his games will be fucking sick. You don't understand. None of you worked on World of Warcraft. You don't understand how many cameras you need to buy for a game to be good. You don't get it. That's a trap. That's fucking Foo Fighters. Watch card already? No, I need to give people time to come in. Logic. It was like a top-down spaceship thing, but it was a very weird take on it. This looks like a very, very early test, and is like maybe looks like even. It looks like a pre-production mock-up. 4 months? They've been working on this for 4 months? This isn't fucking 8 years in. Fuck off. Cringe? I'm cringing. Right. Don't worry, Sid Cho. Don't worry, Sid Cho. Oh. You know what? Let me hide this for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened. Alec Gunter found our boy Card. He ripped into his admittedly bad dog whistle videos. Card shot back, called him a slack-jawed, soy, new male bugman, hurt his feelings. Gunter shot back with an absurd expose piece, accused him of multiple rapes on the back of an anonymous witness telling him that Card attempted multiple rapes, accused Card of trying to put together a grooming trans sex cult, tried to make his book look pedo-y. All sorts of claims, just spitting them out there. Weirdly, the thing I said about the book, the thing about trying to read innuendo into this guy's book, that was like most of the video and at the beginning, and then the rape stuff came at the end. It was very strange. But at the same time, I was worried. I was worried it worked, and we were never going to see Card again. That happened a month ago. About a month ago, Card disappeared. Zip. No videos. Nothing. Yesterday.
30 moments.
Thank you, Ives. A revolver salvo, please. Yesterday. Alec Gunter is harassing me 1 hour, 20 minutes long. Card posting. The channel has not been nipped in the bud. On top of not being nipped in the bud, and having at least this video, Card actually uploaded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new videos. Not nipped in the bud. The trans sex slave cult is still on course. Alec has not stopped this predator. So let's see. Let's see how it is. Now, I have to admit, I listened to maybe 5 minutes of this video. It doesn't start strong. It doesn't start strong. I also have to tell you, as is noted in the video description, this is a re-upload. The first version of it that he dropped was all fucked up. The editing was fucked. There were things playing at the wrong time and stuff like that. To me, jumping around the original upload, it looks like he left in flubbed lines. But I'm not sure if he's redone those or just fixed the most major errors. Yeah. I'm nervous to start. Because I'm concerned this is just going to be terrible. I don't think I could handle another flip. Am I going to be more anti-Card than I am anti-Alec Gunter? Is it going to happen? Because to me, when you've been accused of multiple attempted rapes and of trying to create a trans sex cult, that's what you go at immediately. The first thing he goes off on, you're gonna see. It's the leftoid video disease where longer is better. You go through all the little bits and pieces in order. Ooh, look at all the effort. The more effort, the longer, the better video. All right. Whew, we need to check the volume.
Hello there. My name is Card. I'm a long-time progressive organiser, writer and historian. And here on my YouTube page, I also like to make simple videos about all sorts of different things which interest me. If you're a regular viewer of mine, who happens to be waiting for the next videos I want to do, which I said would be coming out in early March, don't worry, they should start getting released very, very soon.
He dumped 8 simultaneously. I don't know if I respect it or not. True to his word, they will come out early March. I guess after the 8th, it sort of starts getting towards mid-March. So he had to dump all of them instantaneously.
I just need to take care of some nonsense first.
Oh!
Just before I took my little break recently, unfortunately, I got sucked into an exchange with an aspiring React streamer named Alec Gunter, who...
That's a pretty good barb. Aspiring React streamer. He's not gonna like that.
Completely failed to understand the point of why I do all those videos about how to identify political dog whistles. Originally,
Okay, sure.
Gunter did a piece very lazily just watching one of my dog whistles videos, while pausing occasionally to bellow that he doesn't get it, or to insult my appearance, or my clothes, or my background, or how I present to camera.
I'm sure your clothes are very nice, whether they're ground or left whole. See, reminder, this man has been accused of multiple attempted rapes. I can't imagine opening this like slow and going for a slow burn. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it.
Or just to call me an asshole for no reason. Then I did a video of my own the next day, really spoon-feeding him an explanation, because he clearly needs it, which he spat the dummy about and got all pissy because I explained why he was wrong and why him live streaming is not political organising. Okay. Now, because Mr. Gunter isn't the type to admit he's wrong or concede fault, and despite the fact I haven't been online the last month, ever since our brief interaction, he's been harassing me quite a bit.
Ooh. Is he really going for the true leftoid play? The sped up, it does sound a bit weird, you're not wrong. Ooh, maybe it's so long. Maybe he's just gonna go, this is harassment, this is harassment, this is harassment, this is harassment. Will it work, though?
Today now, I want to explain what Gunter has been doing publicly, and not so publicly, in an effort to try and harangue me the past few weeks. I don't want to spend too much time on it, because frankly, Alec Gunter isn't worth paying that much attention to,
But you're still going to make an hour and 20-minute video. Stop with this stuff. It was cringe when before he said, I'm not going to engage him anymore. Also, I'm a Orange says, damn, did Gunter really go that hard on Card? His video or stream did go that hard. But I don't believe Gunter's done anything since. Card's sort of making it sound like it's been consistent since then. Unless he's going to pull something out to show that Gunter's been doing stuff. He did his stream, he put up the edited version of it. He talked with me about it. But I'm pretty sure that's it. And then he didn't continue doing anything else.
But what he's been doing, unfortunately, does need to be acknowledged. If, incidentally, you're someone wondering why I didn't make this video sooner, it's because, like I said, I was going on a break. And when I say I'm going on a break, I mean it. And my schedule is not beholden to anyone else's whims. But, just to recap, after our last little back and forth, Alec Gunter was evidently so incensed about the fact I could tell him precisely why he was wrong about, in this case, how to spot reactionary dog whistles.
Nah, he was mad you called him a soy new male bug man.
He immediately began sending me emails every day.
Oh!
In the description of all my videos, I have an email address there I'm typically happy to take questions at. That's fine. But then the day after I'd last mentioned Gunter, this turned up in my inbox.
Mm-hmm.
He reaches out to me, claiming to want to have a good faith dialogue. And,
yeah, this was blatantly a trap. We saw this. He put it under Card's videos, he put it on 4chan, put it in a bunch of places. We went and checked out the video, and it was very obvious that Gunter wanted to pull him into a trap. Because in that video, Card says all sorts of stuff about asserting you have a particular identity to get benefits. Like, you want to go into a women's space, say you're a woman, so on and so forth.
Saying he knows he comes across like a meathead, in his words. I didn't respond to it at all. Frankly, since by the time he'd sent this plea that I meet him halfway, he's already done 2 videos going to great lengths to call me an arsehole who doesn't know what I'm talking about, I just don't want to talk to him. I don't care if Gunter acts all sheepish and apologetic behind the scenes, if he's going to boisterously attack me on his daily live streams. I'm not interested in having a dialogue with him. So, I simply don't respond. Within 48 hours, he sent another email. Hey man, just following up on this, I also left a comment on your video, would like to hear back soon. Now, word to the wise, if you ever have to send 2 back-to-back messages or say, would like to hear back soon, she's just not interested in you, mate. Best to leave it alone.
True. That would have been my little quip, but he stole it from me.
Guy
He's sucking my
clearly
essence.
feels I owe him some sort of response, but I actually don't. Then, 48 hours later, I get another one. You have 5 days to reply before then, or I'll be going live with what I found. Now, at this point, I had woken up to an email from Mr. Gunter enough days in a row that from then on, I wouldn't just ignore these. All future emails he might send would now go straight to the spam folder.
Nice. Yo, how many are there? You have 5 days.
I don't know.
It's interesting as well. So, I wonder if Alec understands how transparent he's being. In that he would prefer to get Card onto a live discussion to jump him with stuff. He wants to get Card on to jump him. Very obviously. Why the fuck wouldn't you wait for him to just put it all out so you could have time to deal with it? I doubt that's Card's motivation, but sort of luckily did the optimal strategy. Well, not the optimal strategy. If you're a fucking sicko, I would say, for instance, if someone pulled this with me, I would go and talk to them. But I don't think Card would want to do what I would do.
Or really care if after this he sent 0, 1, or 100 more emails. Because I wasn't even going to see them.
Okay.
And as an aside...
Oh! Is he setting up the argument that it's genuine harassment on the basis that he can't get away from Gunter? Even when he uses tools to avoid it? It's better. That's fucking weak shit. Come on.
Anyone who's ever been messaged by a cishet guy who wants something will recognize this pattern. They go from flattery to entitled impatience to outright threats in typically the span of about 3 messages. It won't be the biggest thing I'll be getting into in this video, but just keep it in mind. After the last time I responded to Gunter publicly, he was immediately emailed.
He's kind of calling Gunter a gay man. Very subtly, which I respect. But at the same time, I suspect it's more to appeal to proggies watching. Who are going to be like, yes, sister, they are all like that. This could convince Gunter's audience. You think so, Hex? I mean, to be fair, if Gunter's video worked on Gunter's audience, what wouldn't work on them? Right? Gunter put the attempted rape accusation right at the end. He put the sex call accusation right at the end. Gunter's audience hasn't seen it.
Telling me to try and present himself as apologetic. And I wasn't interested.
Is that the play? No, he's not that 5-head. Card isn't that 5-head. He's just got his idiosyncrasies. Let's put it that way.
In the least. I didn't want to talk to him. Plus, like I said, I was on break. Not that I should even need to justify why I don't want to talk to someone who I only became aware of because he decided to play my videos on his live stream so that he could denigrate my appearance and call me an asshole and be wrong about the topic I was explaining.
Oh, that's the coffee grinder coffee grinder winding up. Maybe a cicada grinder. Well, that's why they're all screaming outside.
Now, around about this same time, I was alerted to a couple of YouTube community text posts and comments Gunter started leaving all over the place, including on his page and
all
mine.
over the place.
Take a good look at this, wherein Gunter...
As card posting, I tried doing this in good faith. And having you present when I go over it. But so far, I couldn't get a hold of you via email, Instagram, comments on your video, or even 4chan LGBT. So don't say I didn't try.
33.
Thank you, Kage Tensei. Everyone fire for salvo, please. Yeah, heck, what do you mean? I tried doing this in good faith, so now I'm gonna pretend that I believe things I don't and lie. What the These people genuinely have no idea what good and bad faith refer to. They don't know. They actually don't know what it means. They think it means like good cop, bad cop. I don't know what... You have 5 days to get back into contact with me. You know what? This is kinda harassing. Like how blackmail is a combination of acceptable things. Talk to me, or I'll be bad faith about you. Talk to me, or I'll be bad faith about you. That is pretty fucking bad. It's the meme where, like, you can reveal something about someone. You can tell them to do something. You can't say, do this, or I reveal this, because then you get into fucking blackmail territory.
Basically restates a few of his emails in this more public way, threatening imminent retribution. Interestingly,
Alec Gunter, rapist vibes. True.
He claims here that he tried to get in contact with me in a number of ways. First, he mentions that he tried via email. True, although he does leave out any mention of the fact he was practically begging me to meet him halfway by calling himself a meathead and acting all self-effacing.
Why would he do that?
Odd, but whatever. Then he said he tried to get in contact with me through Instagram. That's an outright lie, and it's not even a lie for any clear purpose.
What is this? This bit... So I, like, jumped in around here and listened to a bit. Who cares?
I do have Instagram. I even link it in the description of my videos next to my contact email.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that weird that someone who might want to contact me would do so that way, if they wanted to.
Okay.
But...
I think I'm starting to understand why the video is 1 hour and 20 minutes long.
It is categorically untrue that Alec Gunter messaged me on there, despite what he's posted publicly. He hasn't messaged me at all. He hasn't commented on anything of mine on Instagram. And if he says he's tried to, he's lying. Next, this post of his says he tried to...
I mean... It would be such a weird thing to lie about that I think it's possible Alec Gunter literally just fucked up posting something on Instagram, or you missed it, or...
get a hold of me via the 4chan LGBT board? That's a lie, because that's not a thing you can do.
Right. Let me see. We need to test what exactly did Gunter say. I couldn't get a hold of you via email, Instagram, comments on your video, or even 4chan LGBT. Alec Gunter. Now, absurd attempt to get in contact with someone. Alec Gunter did post on the LGBT board, trying to get in touch with Card, which is really weird to do, but he did do it.
His says he tried to get a hold of me via the 4chan LGBT board? That's a lie, because that's not a thing you can do.
No, it's true.
It's been clear from the outset of his interactions with me that Gunter doesn't know the first thing about this place where reactionary memes come from.
How would you get in contact with someone on a 4chan board? Tenshi, Card is a trip friend, And Alec went onto the board and just started a thread that was like, "Hello, is card posting here? Please talk to me." So technically, he did try to do that. I believe Whaler has just linked it. Alec Gunter posted on 4chan, "Hey guys, I'm trying to track down a YouTuber known as John David Card, aka Card Posting, and I heard he hangs out here. I've got a few words to trade with him. He's not responding to emails or YouTube comments, so maybe this will catch his attention." Alec Gunter's fucking crazy, dude. Like, so is Card, but like... like... The thing is... Okay. Someone says, "Try their socials posing as someone they want to talk to." Why the fuck you gotta talk to that annoying man? Wait. Someone said try their socials posing as someone they talk to. Alec Gunter. He's not even using a trip code, so it might not be him. Alec Gunter, having put his name in the name field, says, "What's up, bud? I heard you might try to stay anonymous in your posts, but I'm gonna guess your card. Reply to my email, please. Some things were brought to my attention, and I'd like to ask you some questions about what I found. Live, if you don't mind. And I prefer email because the captures here are too complicated for my slackjaw brain." Dog, he went on 4chan and believed everyone responding to him is Card. Ooh. Oh my god. Someone says to him, "Are you the YouTuber that offered to take an account of Card's actions for your video? A close friend of mine asked me if I wanted to contribute a few days ago, but I haven't heard back from her. Card has harassed and abused me." Alec responds and says, Now, we have to verify all the evidence before we go around making any wild accusations. You can hop into my Discord server and DM me personally, and he links his Discord." Someone responds and says he's that Mormon author. Right. There is a lot of 4chan card lore that I'm not going to go into, but I will probably yell, "You are lying," at Card in this video. Chat has messaged me things that happen in the video that he claims that I know is not true. But, long story short, Card has posted a lot on the LGBT board. He is something of a known name friend. And there's even lore about him, such as the idea that he's, what is it? Part of it's that he's Mormon, and then something else that he lives somewhere fucking crazy. Anyway, there's lore around him. Yes, the lore is that he's a Mormon author who transitioned and was made homeless as a result of that.
But I'm guessing...
To be clear, by lore, I don't mean that's real, because sometimes I call real things lore. That's the LGBT board lore about him.
He watched the video of mine I made just before I took my break,
where
I talk about the online culture of ironic image boards, and I do mention the queer subset of 4chan. And, without knowing the first thing about how an anonymous image board works, is now claiming to have tried to get in contact with me on there?
He did. He's not lying. It's absolutely fucking absurd that he did, but he did.
Because I guess he has a vague idea it's something I use occasionally? But messaging someone on 4chan is not a thing.
He didn't say he messaged. He said he tried to get in touch, and he did.
There aren't accounts or ways to contact specific people on an image board like that. I feel like Mr. Gunter might be more familiar with something like Reddit, because even on that...
That's still good, though. Do more of that. Do more of that.
Quasi-anonymous site, you can at least direct message other accounts. but no part of 4chan is like that. So, I don't know what he thinks he means by, I tried to get in touch with this person via...
How's Card spending literally like 3 minutes talking about how Gunter couldn't have tried to get in contact with me on 4chan?
4chan board?
Good God.
Because that's not a thing. You gotta figure he's relying on his audience to likely not know any better, or just take his word for it when he makes something up like that. Because it just...
No, it's not a big deal. This part is not a big deal at all, even if he was lying.
Doesn't make any sense to someone familiar with the subject matter. Now, this alone, the fact he's been running around in the week since I took my break, lying about how he tried to get in touch with me,
Stop.
Isn't really that important itself. But again, keep it in mind.
Yeah, it's not. You're right. Why'd you spend 5 minutes talking about it?
Come back to this later. But he'll soon use the supposed fact he tried to get in touch with me via all these means, but the fact I didn't respond, as a way to suggest I'm somehow nefarious. Just keep it in mind for now.
I don't remember him doing quite that. I'm pretty sure he just did exactly what he said he was going to do. Use that as his okay go trigger. I tried to get comment, I didn't get comment. I'm free to go and do whatever the fuck I want and say whatever the hell I want.
Alec Gunter lies.
Is there a tilde on all this? No. All of it is long. Crumb tubers are fighting. Alec Gunter accused Card posting of a million things. Big chunk of what he accused him of was being bad optics. The other bit was the more significant part where, based on accounts of a witness and entire organization that stands behind the accusation but wishes to remain anonymous, it's a democratically run tenant union that stands behind the accusation of multiple rapes. Like, he's been accused of multiple rapes by a tenant union that wishes to remain anonymous, but wants to put the weight of their organization behind the accusation. Fucking insane? Insane. And it comes from it being witnessed. It does not come from the victims. We don't even know if the victims are known. That hasn't been said yet. So, whew. Gunter also said that he theorizes this guy on screen, his goal is to indoctrinate and groom people into an online trans sex cult. Yes. So, some extreme accusations. Card is defending himself now. Not very well.
He lies in his public statements when he doesn't get what he wants behind closed doors, and his self-serving public statements afterwards.
Yeah, but you've used as your most concrete example that he lies in public statements, you've used something that he did do. It was dumb. He was dumb. He didn't lie. Maybe he lied about Instagram, but I'm not confident he lied. Even if he failed to do so.
Seem to follow this pattern of tell a basic truth you omit details from, that he emailed me, then back that...
Card's example of facts omitted from the email, the emailing, is that Gunter didn't tell his audience he called himself a meathead. He didn't say to his audience how he emailed. That's silly. That's not like a lie by omission or a mislead.
Claim up by embellishing it with something that could easily be true, but isn't, that he contacted me via Instagram, then embellish that lie even further by making something up out of whole cloth that's just plain ridiculous.
The 4chan?
The 4chan thing.
No! This is appalling. You can do this. If someone has a pattern of repeated behavior, you can use the most minor example to set up the structure and then show the more severe examples. This is just awful, though. This has not been done here.
keep this pattern in mind because it will come up again in a big way. Just keep it in mind for now, that's all I'm saying. Now, what was that imminent retribution Gunter was threatening to release while I was away? I imagine you might be wondering.
Absolutely.
Well, the man just can't get over the fact I made him look like a chump twice by this point. And about a week on from all the emails and comments claiming to have tried to get in contact with me, Alec Gunter puts on a...
Yeah, but he super did get in contact with you to the point where you had to redirect his emails to go into your junk bin. You're wrong that he didn't try on 4chan. I'm not convinced that he didn't try to do something on Instagram. He did post the comments. Like, come on.
A 5-hour-plus long live stream, a large chunk of which is all about me, and during the course of this live stream, Gunter does and says some pretty unsavory stuff.
Does?
And he also uses his runtime here to throw out quite a few accusations and innuendos regarding me and my personal character, which I'd like to get into and demonstrate how they're all very spurious in a little bit. But first, I want to address what I can tell is the crux of why Gunter made his big live stream.
Okay. I haven't heard this bit. What does Card think the core is? Don't spoil it. Card's gonna have it be about making him feel dumb. Or that he called Gunter dumb.
Bear with me for a moment. See, Gunter thinks of the live streaming he does as a form of political organizing.
He feels inferior compared to the true organizer, Card. The real political organizer. Alec Gunter feels like an imposter! Okay. I don't think so, though.
It isn't, of course, but he thinks it is. And funnily enough, as far as I can tell, the cause Gunter thinks he's organizing in support of
is girl dick.
Appears to just be helping the Democrat Party over there in the US win elections at like the state level or something.
Oh, okay.
As an actual leftist...
As an actual leftist, I prefer to back more nebulous causes that will never get anywhere. Trying to win local elections? No. We need total revolution. Or nothing. True leftist cred.
I don't think that's a particularly great or productive goal, necessarily, and I don't think it's the best use of anyone's time. But hey, who knows? If you keep jerking off Joe Biden enough, maybe, just maybe, we'll all get labor unions and abortion rights, and those 20,000 Gazan kids will just come back to life. Who knows? Anyway, Gunter launches into this live...
Setting the standard that getting state representatives elected is not real political activity is fucking... It's too high, Card! What are you doing? What are you doing? I think the best you can do is Gunter goes along for the ride on the real stuff that other people organize. The progressive victory stuff. He's not an organizer of the real stuff, he just rides along with it. And then what he does online isn't political organizing. That's what you can say. This shit is fucking whack! This is wacko! Getting state representatives who are going to enact the change you need? That's not real politics. What the fuck are you talking about?
Stream talking about me very unusually. And first of all, remember, he began the interaction between us weeks back now by wrongly trying to attack me for explaining how to identify reactionary dog whistles. He doesn't have anything substantive to say when I called him out for being wrong last time, And now he's silently ditched the topic entirely, and he's moved on to having pure personal grievance with me. Now,
Yes.
because Gunter's livestream is very long and time is precious, I'm not
Dog, just do your video again. Don't have your video include quotes like this and then come out at 1 hour 20 minutes. Just cut this. Just do it again. What are you?
not going to go through and break down every single thing he says line by line. But I am going
to address the multiple accusations of attempted rape. Yes?
to at least briefly hit all the major points of contention I found by jumping through it, as well as give you a bunch of overarching reasons why everything
You didn't
Gunter
watch
says
it.
about me is some real shonky bullshit.
You didn't watch it. Hypothetically, there's a possibility he doesn't even know he's been accused of multiple attempted rapes.
And trust me, it gets way more outlandish than you're expecting. No joke, no moralizing, but I think he was drinking quite heavily as he put all this together, which might go a ways away to explaining why that is. But we'll get to that when we get there. For now, let's just start at the start. The most telling thing from all of this live stream, what really clued me into what Gunter was doing here, comes towards the beginning of his long-winded rambling about me. See, because he's abandoned the notion of actually responding to any work or video of mine, Gunter can't just, bring up a video and respond to it or commentate over it or anything.
True.
Because, as we're about to see, he wants to attack me personally. So in order to do so, he begins by refamiliarizing his audience with who I am, telling his side of the story, of course. And how he just had to make 2 videos calling me an asshole who looks like I can't take metaphorical punches, otherwise my presence is somehow going to make the online left look too left or too intense or too Jewish or whatever his problem with me is.
You're going too hard. What? Card, you're so bad at this. You nailed it with the soy Numail Bugman line. Now you're trying to push things onto Gunter too hard.
He's setting me up as the villain of the piece. And then he basically reiterates the untrue story about trying to contact me through various means. Again, he's got no clear reason to lie, but he does, so I'll just let it hang in there. Because after that, this is where it starts to get interesting. One of the first few things Gunter does on his livestream is pull up on his computer the website of this lefty newspaper I occasionally write for. Here's a brief clip.
Out, John David Card is a published author. Can you believe that? He is a journalist as well as a published author. So this is his profile in Independent Australia. John Card. John David Card is a writer, historian, and anarchist activist.
Now, first of all, that is my author's profile over on Independent Australia. And I wrote all the articles on that page. And I also stand by all of them, including and especially the most recent one, very unabashedly critical of this country's government's military support of Israel, for instance. But why does Gunter bring this website up?
Is this some signaling shit? Is he trying to signal I'm a good one to Gunter's audience? What is this? Anyway, someone said they like the thumbnail. Do you want to see the other one? The alt thumbnail that didn't make it in? Here's the alt thumbnail.
Well, he's not going to engage with or respond to anything I've actually written over there. And curiously,
Okay, fair enough.
I've never once linked to or even mentioned that paper or the fact I write for it. Not once have I mentioned that on this YouTube channel or on any of my social media.
Yeah, but you post stuff online, you post media, you use your real name. it's totally fair for someone to look that up. Don't even start going down the path of like, I'm being stalked. Nope, that's totally fine.
And I'm not a famous journalist, and that paper is essentially just a small niche regional outlet.
It's still publicly published.
So, you actually have to go looking for it to find it.
Yeah, no shit. It's good if someone's posted media online. It's actually good to go, who is this fucking person talking to me and telling me things? Especially since Card has positioned himself as an authority on, like, dog whistles and whatnot. As someone who can educate you. Actually, good to look up people. Card, what the fuck are you implying?
Kind of really weird of Gunter to bring this up then, especially when he isn't going to engage with any of the articles I've actually written there, for instance.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But Gunter's trying to say you're a threat.
And, after he just brings this website up on screen and essentially just shows it off to his viewers for a few minutes, he moves on to the next thing. And I'll get to that next thing in a minute.
It gets way worse, though. Yes, Ashrad. Later on, like, this is weak as hell, because Gunter does explicitly tell people to get Card fired. This is what I'm saying. We're 17 minutes in to a video that's a response to a guy accusing him of multiple attempted rapes, of calling for him to be removed from his position as a writer. What is going on?
And it's a doozy. But let's just have a quick think about why he's done this odd move with the newspaper website first. Now, if you're just having internet beef with someone, there's basically only one reason to randomly say right at the start of a video you're making about them, hey, this person, who I'm telling you not to like, has multiple ways you can contact them, and here's somewhere they publish their work. I can see straight through the fact that Gunter's intention here is to have his viewers and his fans, or whatever, try and harass me by way of spamming my email and my social.
Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. No, this doesn't play. This isn't even gonna work with anyone. I don't even think that's what Alec is doing.
Media and annoying the paper I often write for. You might think that's a bit of a reach.
Yes.
But what if I could point
I'm sure they may well have contacted you, but you made all your shit public. Too bad.
out it's a large part of Gunter's whole MO. See, it's not like I make this sort of claim idly. I've picked up on the fact before that Gunter clearly thinks anything he can do from the comfort of his computer is...
So, Gunter told people to try and get you removed from positions. He said what he's trying to do, and it's pretty bad and shitty. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do red string on the newspaper covered wall shit.
Actual organizing. And he's very proud of the fact he's picked up now over 10,000 subscribers to his YouTube page. He'll be the first to tell you he's built up a great community, because these guys are supposedly very politically engaged people, and they love to interact with the content Gunter puts out. To that end...
No, that's ridiculous despair. If rapists weren't allowed to be journalists, we'd have no news.
Alec Gunter will regularly use the YouTube community text posts page to make calls to action, like these two, for instance, which were both made around the same time he did this stream about me.
You're not going to read them? Okay. Guess I'll read them. Fuck. I called Stark County Board of Elections once again and got the same runaround, which means it's time to move to Plan B. Follow the pastebin link here for instructions on how to contact Stark County Board of Elections. Okay, yeah. Our goal is to get answers for why the transgender candidate Vanessa Joy was removed from the ballot. Okay, my calls have been ignored over and over, and thus they've left me no other option. I'm finally at some point where I can use my influence for good. I intend to... Right, when you want an answer, swarming governmental offices is good. Like,
which were both made around the same time he did this stream about me. Now, honestly, a lot of us, myself included perhaps, aren't going to shed any tears if some GOP stronghold city council gets a bunch of calls from terminally online liberals.
no, it's good if you no, you should demand answers from your representatives and from government institutions, regardless of their leaning. If you need answers, it's simpler than that.
Trying to waste their time. But let's be frank about what this means. Alec Gunter is happy to name a target for his audience to go after.
Mm-hmm.
He does so very explicitly. And his audience does go after the targets he names. He says as much here. Again, on just his YouTube community tab, in the follow-up post he made to the...
Right. Did Card not see the part in Gunter's video where he explicitly calls for people to get Card removed from his position in newspapers and whatnot? Because Card doesn't have to make this argument that, look, Alec Gunter does that, so clearly he was signaling to his followers. No, in his video, Alex says to do that. You don't need to go through this whole rigmarole. You could just show that Alex says that.
Last two I showed you. I don't know if the YouTube police would approve if they knew he was doing this sort of thing, but either way, it is what it is. And I, for one, have no interest in calling it into the admins. As far as I'm concerned, ACAB does include internet moderators, and anyways, I prefer to solve my problems without having to go crying to the cops. Anyway, we've got Gunter himself here.
Yeah, but you kind of have done it by doing this. Okay, I'm just saying.
Proclaiming how proud he is.
To be fair, your title of your video is Alec Gunter is harassing me. Okay?
Have a subscriber count now in the 5-digit figure range. And he'll readily boast that his audience is so engaged, he can even get them to care enough about the local school board elections or whatever in some bumfuck nowhere town that they're willing to ring them up enough to make a big difference. I maintain that merely annoying some random office secretary over the phone or through the internet isn't actually political organizing. But it is an activity Alec Gunter does definitely encourage his 10,000 plus viewers to do once he suggestively puts the contact details of someone he doesn't like in a video or a post. Now, I might have just ended the video here. The video could just have been me saying Alec Gunter has lied about how he's contacted me, and then...
Not really, given the level of seriousness in what you've been accused of. That cut makes me think he was going to end it here. You're Card's out of his mind. Makes me sick to say, despair's right. That first response to Alec Gunter, that was a fluke. That was a fluke. Let him finish. I'm gonna let him finish. He doesn't actually know how to cook. That video, that first response, he was just throwing all the spices in and got lucky. He doesn't know the recipes. He can never make that gumbo again.
And he implicitly told his viewers to flood my contact email, my Instagram DMs, and the place I write for. And yes, for the record, over the past few weeks I have gotten quite a few very nasty emails. And all of a sudden I've been put on quite a few mailing lists for some reason. But, like I said, this live stream Gunter did went on for hours. And he uses a lot of this time to basically shit talk.
Spending an hour and 20 minutes to complain about how long a video was. Please!
Me on camera for a while in some of the strangest ways possible. Please forgive me when I say I wasn't going to sit down and go through the whole thing with a fine-toothed comb, But once I had seen the contact details and newspaper section, I could sense the general direction the video was going to be going. So I ended up just skipping through an archived version of the...
When you're so media literate, you know the contents of an hour-long video by listening to 30 seconds. I can only aspire to this.
Stream VOD. Some enterprising stranger reached out and sent to me to take some rudimentary notes. Running through what I saw quickly, the whole rest of the stream is just Gunter reaching for straw after straw.
Whaler mentioned, by the way, the enterprising individual mentioned here is newest Whaler in the chat.
Trying to imply I'm either morally bad for some unspecific reasons, or that I'm bad optics for the entire global online left-wing community.
Good point. Shame it's 22 minutes in and your average watch time is going to be about 3 minutes. So none of these views, none of these 448 views even got this far.
Because of what my YouTube videos look like, I guess. He doesn't really have a clear through line. And it is my personal speculation, judgment-free, again, that I think he was drinking prior to this stream.
What is this? Dude. I can't... What are you doing?
It comes across kinda weird, even for him, and even for someone doing a 5-hour live stream. Either that, or maybe he just has the intellect and prudent judgment of a complete lush, even under regular circumstances. But, not too long into the stream, first he decides to go back and watch one of my older videos. One where I'm talking about...
Yeah, the one he contacted you about. The one where he was going to spring it on you as a trap. I'm quite interested to see how Card defends against this one. Because it's a thing where Gunter is correct. Gunter is correct. Card is saying, hey, it's cool to go ahead and just identify things whenever it advantages you. Gunter says that's bad optics. It is, but fundamentally, Gunter doesn't really ideologically disagree with everything that allows that to be a thing you can do, so...
non-binary gender identities. And Gunter, for some reason, spends a while watching this video of mine and getting really weird about it. Mainly just watching a short bit of the video, then pausing to loudly do a transphobic talking point over the top.
Ooh, what?
Here's a couple snippets of what I'm talking about. In the following clip, I'm talking about how, not to get too 2015 Tumblr on us all, but if anyone asks in progressive spaces, I would describe my sense of identity as a soft sort of non-binary. Any pronouns, but I do prefer they, them, but not necessarily to the exclusion of the others. Take a look.
The fact that he is willing and able to take on any identification he wants in the moment if it seems advantageous at that time. Is he allowed to do that? Sure, I guess. But why would you admit to that? Why would you go around saying to people, yeah, you know, I pretend to be trans or non-binary when it suits my needs?
Now, for all the stereotypes about...
Card did say that. Card, you're fucking lying. You're deceiving people. You're being slippery. You were not just talking about yourself, Card. In fact, you recommended any viewer of the video try doing it. You were not talking about your own identity and of like, oh, because I don't feel too attached to anything. I'm okay just saying I am this thing or another. You did say that you do it. You also recommended it to anyone else on the basis of the standards that's now accepted as what makes you a particular gender. If just saying you are a gender makes you that gender, just say it.
About how sensitive us gender weirdos are, I'm not actually going to need to have a cry about it or anything if you think everything I said about gender just now was some sort of made-up nonsense. And I don't even bring this sort of stuff up during the 99 social interactions out of 100 where I just look like a regular guy, or I'm not in an overtly leftist space with other 20-something gender weirdos and pronouns people. Here on the left, though, we generally do try and respect other people's gender identities. And at the end of the day, we understand that the identities people profess are personal things and basically accept that people's identities are valid, sometimes if only just because they are what people profess.
Yes, and you recommended people using that standard claim they are things purely for personal benefit in the moment. Right? Pick the one that benefits you the most. You did fucking say that in the video. Fuck me.
But anyway, after hearing me say all that for the first time in an older video of mine, and openly me stating my any pronouns personal stance, Gunter essentially just throws up his hands and goes, well, I guess he can do that, but it's pretending to be non-binary? Let's hear it again.
Fact that he is willing and able to take on any identification he wants in the moment if it seems advantageous at that time. Is he allowed to do that? Sure, I guess. But why would you admit to that? Why would you go around saying to people, yeah, you know, I pretend to be trans or non-binary when it suits my needs?
I don't even know what to say here. Here we have the supposed ally, Alec.
This is slippery, bro. This is too slippery. This is too slippery. He's trying to be slick and go, actually, you're the bad guy. But if you watch the card video, he was discussing, even recommending to other people that they do it. And for instance, oh, you don't get access to a women-only space? Just identify as a woman to subvert that restriction. With the reason for doing it not being because you feel that you are that thing, but just to get access to somewhere, for instance. No, this is unreasonable given what you said. It is reasonable for Gunter to have that reaction. The silly thing about Gunter's reaction is being like, why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's true. Stop saying the true things. That's what's weird about it.
Gunter, cishet, former conservative, who
Yes,
decided
tar
that
him.
he should go around policing non-binary people's identities. Let's be perfectly clear, if Gunter is...
He didn't. He asked why you'd say that. In response to you saying stuff about getting access to women's spaces strategically, which does sound kind of weird.
anywhere near the progressive he claims to be, he should have no problem agreeing that, at the end of the day, I am non-binary. And all the proof of that I need is that I earnestly say so.
No, Gunter, I'm sure, supports that and believes that. He's just embarrassed of it.
And for what it's worth, I don't get the impression that Gunter is anywhere near the lefty he claims to be. I think he's just a run-of-the-mill, self-interested, cishet schlub who's figured out that mediocre white guys can always take a stab at an internet career if they learn how to use a standing mic and say all the political streamer buzzwords they picked up from watching a Vouch video a time or two.
Vosh mentioned. Specifically said Vouch as well. Probably as bait. Oh no. Guys, Card thinks he's smarter than he is. This is a nightmare.
I think we got a little slip of his mask here on gender issues. All I know is, in the next clip I got from the same segment, he reacts to me talking about how turf-run spaces are typically bad. Gunter immediately brings up bathrooms, despite the fact I didn't mention them, then uses this to literally just do a Fox News tier talking point.
You didn't specifically mention bathrooms, but you said women-only spaces or women's spaces. Under the umbrella of which is typically women's bathrooms. So you brought up the category in which they fall.
That people sometimes act trans just so they can sneak into women's bathrooms? Here it is. You're perfectly able to say whatever you need to subvert exclusionary spaces.
And what he just said right there is that if he wants to go peek in a woman's restroom, all he has to do is say, I am transgender, I'm a trans femme. Why would you say that? Optics.
Yeah, he even says this is a matter of optics. Because the category Card describes of women-only spaces includes women's bathrooms, he has effectively said that. Gunter's actually not saying anything fucked up here. The thing that's fucked up with Gunter is, like, you agree with Card, though. You just wouldn't say it.
Man.
First of all, trans people, binary or otherwise, aren't beholden to this man's sense of optics, no matter how hard he yells at you about it.
Okay.
Also, does Alec Gunter understand what
You've almost got him. You've almost got him. Alec Gunter is embarrassed. Alec Gunter's sense of optics is very conservative. You can get him on that.
being non-binary is? Because he seems
Which is good, but anyway.
to think I'm a trans woman. And as an aside, if he does think that,
Wait.
why has he been
What?
calling me him literally every time he's talked about me? Like, seriously, what the fuck is he doing here?
No.
It's genuinely disgusting
This
to
isn't
hear the
working.
bathroom libel, and coming from this supposed ally, no less. As of the time I'm recording this, I think it still hasn't even been a week since the most recent high-profile instance in the US alone of a non-binary person literally being assaulted and killed in a public...
Ooh, I feel like this... Right. This might work with Gunter's audience. They seem... Wait. This is bullshit? What Card's doing is bullshit? If you'd fucking put this at the start of the video, this might work on Gunter's audience, because they very much fall for the, like, oh, you say trans good, you win. Trans people in danger, you win. He could have fucked Gunter up with this, being super dishonest and slippery, being bad faith, and Gunter would hypothetically be able to defend himself from this, but with the people who watch him, I don't think he could.
bathroom, evidently just over transphobia. Alec Gunter is ready, willing, and able to
He's relying on Muffiel's tactics, which I think would work if he's trying to flip Gunter's audience. But he's done it too late. Wait, what did Seoxer say?
parrot the reactionary line that, like, Fox News type people want to claim people are trans just to sneak into bathrooms. He's repeating the thing that literally gets people killed. And remember...
Yeah, on the basis that he's saying you're saying it. He's saying that what you said is essentially that. Oh, come on.
He's saying all these disgusting things about me to try and impugn my character just because I made him...
He's saying that what you said can mean that.
him
Stop
look
it.
stupid about dog whistles. I'm thoroughly disgusted by Mr. Gunter's transphobia. So let's just keep clicking through this slog of a live stream to see the next thing he does. Now, before I get into what Gunter does next...
Oh my god, we've got it now. Before, oh hey, it's intro number 70, introduction to part 50 of my video. Holy fuck! Remove leftists. Don't. I think. You know what? We're not getting away from having AI that moderates everything. If AI is going to take away all our slurs, if AI is going to take away our ability to harass people into suicide, I think AI should also scan videos for boring fucking leftist time wasting. If a video is over half an hour, the AI should go, is this a leftist? Yes. Cut the first half off. There, you have a reasonably sized video with the intro cut off.
For context, a few years ago, I wrote a novella called People Mover. Here's a picture of it with a dog for scale.
Okay.
I don't believe it's available for purchase
Guys, I'm turning around. Card wins again. That's a nice dog.
in paperback online anymore,
You got me.
but I have had a PDF copy of an early draft of this book available for free on my personal website
Yeah, Alec Gunter thought it was a PDF copy too.
for a while now. And incidentally, the first act of this book concerns a girl hitchhiking through rural Montana. I swear to God, Gunter spends like 15 to 20 odd minutes just listlessly reading the PDF of this book on stream while occasionally going, actually, and saying there should be an extra comma or something here and there.
Yeah, it was pretty cringe.
Then he gets into mugging directly to camera as if to say,
If Card is going to rip on React, guys, his planned content needs to be fucking tighter than this. How is your planned content looser and more rambling than some off-the-cuff riffing? How does that happen?
this story about a girl hitchhiking, as in occasionally getting a lift from male truck drivers, is something only a real pervert would write, because he thinks anything can be an inappropriate innuendo if he reads it in this weird tone and pauses for effect.
True.
This goes on for way too long, and Gunter stops reading only occasionally to get pissy with some of his viewers in chat who start telling him this is getting boring and pointless after the first 10 minutes.
Throw stones not in glass houses, okay, brother? Everything up until this point should have been 2 minutes. I would have cut out. I would have just not even done most of this.
Or when he loses his place somewhere because he's got 99 tabs open on his computer.
Yeah, got him.
Take a look.
Slay Queen.
From her point of view, the girl, Helen, had already found the companion for the next stage of her journey. Another trucker, tattooed hands, thick blonde handlebar mustache, a slightly too tight and definitely well-worn Marlboro t-shirt, and most egregiously, plastic truck stop sports sunglasses. It all came together in a perfect pastiche of middle American masculinity. It all ticked. It all fit. Let's keep going. He waited for her to continue. Once he realized she wasn't going to talk, he tried to interest her in some food. No period, by the way. Another grammar issue. You eating anything? Would you like a cookie? What kind? I don't know. It's got the cream stuff inside. Okay.
The thing is, this is really bad, but Gunter is still also a retard. So, just go back to the old classic. You can't side with anyone. You can't side with anyone. Card had us with his first response to Gunter, and now it's back to, I disavow both fully.
She realized he wouldn't stop the car. Oh, wait. No, wrong one. That's for later. She could have almost been there by now, admittedly, had it not been for the conniving driver who she had left the truck stop restroom just in time to see driving off. Conniving driver. No, actually, that's fine. I don't know why I pulled that one up. Because I'm a big John David Card fan, okay?
Again, I'll say, it is insane to have your response be this long, and not get to anything really heavy by this point. I'm trying to figure out what Card thinks he's doing with this, because there's no way any percentage of people are listening to all this, except us sickos. Honestly, it would have been better to just not respond to it if this is the response you're going to put out.
Don't become the cringe? Fuck you. I'll be cringe all I want. I've earned this shit. You know how much shit that I've had to pour through for this?
I don't know exactly what Gunter is trying to accomplish here, but for what it's worth, there is absolutely nothing sexual in that novella. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I believe there's also absolutely no profanity in there. At all. Not even one of the milder cuss words. And the reason for that is, I knew my parents would naturally want to read a book I wrote, and I'm simply not going to hand them something.
Okay, that book is fucking cucked then. No, I can't defend the book on the basis that it's parentally cucked. Bad book. No, it's bad now. What have you done?
I wrote.
Get a wig or hat or something? You're trying to eat here. That do it for you? How's that make you feel? Somewhere around. Oh. Wig or hat? How about a wig and a hat? Wahoo, 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 wahoo. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I'd pass. Just oh.
A dirty word in it. Anyway, I promise we're getting through this all bit by bit. I don't like this either, so I'll try doing this as quick as I can.
Stop mentioning time! It's kind of funny at this point, though.
As far as I can tell, from giving this live stream about as much attention as it actually warrants, after trying to imply there's something nefarious in my book, Gunter's last two major moves are to make a pair of accusations about me, both of which are false.
Hello, Bunny. What streak are you on?
And because I value your time, here's the quick explanation of what they are and
Let's
then
go.
why they're bogus. And for context here, if you don't know, Kiwi Farms is an alt-right doxing website. So,
No, it keeps getting better. It keeps getting better. You will never be a PEF millionaire. All right.
next big accusation, Gunter accuses me of being a Kiwi Farms user. He does this principally by first opening up the site's Wikipedia article, reading it to the best of his ability.
Let's pull up the Wikipedia real quick. For those who don't know, for the uninitiated, Kiwi Farms, formerly known as CWCK Key Forums.
Then just pointing back at what he's read and going, look, Kiwi Farms is a bad website, and I bet Card uses it. Well, no. If you want an explicit denial of that accusation, consider this it. Gunter's supposed smoking gun here is that...
Aha, you thought you had me, but I say... no.
Apparently I, and my highly leftist, openly queer, explicitly anti-reactionary YouTube videos, have been mentioned by people over there. Not in any sort of positive light, I imagine. But Gunter
I
wants to
imagine... I don't even... Oh, I know that my videos have been mentioned over there, but I don't even... Oh, I don't even know how they've been mentioned.
claim that I must be the person posting me on...
We've seen Card. Those of us who know. I'm not sure about how okay it would be to show all of the stuff I've seen. You're a little bit edgier than you show on YouTube, Card. This is like...
the alt-right doxing website for publicity reasons, I guess? Doesn't sound like a good plan to me.
Yeah, but none of the things you do to try and get attention sound like a good plan. You are a bit of a post my shit everywhere schizo. I'm sorry.
Now, at this point, I thought, are they really saying something about me over there? Because if so, I do kind of want to know what. So I googled Kiwi Farms, and I couldn't find it.
You're fucking lying. Google.com. Kiwi Farms. Second link, kiwifarms.net. I click it. We've got the anti-DDoS. I'm on Kiwi Farms. It used to not show up on Google, not in Australia. Are you sure? It may be blocked in Australia. Okay. Did you guys? I thought you guys because we talked about this in the Twitter group, and I suggested maybe because Australia's mega censored. And I thought someone said they used the VPN and got in. You have to add the .st or .net. While searching. But Despair says, the guy with thousands of 4chan posts can't find the link to Kiwi Farms because it's not the first Google result. Sure. Yeah, this is... While it may be true, okay, that it was not on Google for some time, I'm not sure exactly when he said this. It might be true that it's more hidden in Australia, which seems likely based on some of what I saw in terms of news articles about Kiwi Farms from Australia. I don't believe that even if Card had never been there before, he would not be able to find it. Yeah, that's what I saw as well, 13th Ronin. I'm not convinced he wouldn't be able to get there. How? The way he's talking about it is so sus, though. But, wait. He'd need a VPN. Yeah, but is that hard? No. That's not hard at all. I bet it doesn't come up on Google in Australia. Could I possibly believe that Card has not been on Kiwi Farms? Given all the other shit we've seen from Card on Discord and on 4chan.
And the URL website address wasn't on the Wikipedia page either, like I thought it probably would be. So I realized it's not around anymore. And I remembered, I think like a year ago now, that big lefty trans rights streamer Keffels did a whole campaign to get Kiwi Farms dropped by its internet provider or whatever. Alright, fair enough. I was going to look into Gunter's claims myself to see what he was talking about. But if Kiwi Farms is now gone, either completely gone or just off the normal...
I don't fucking believe that there's a 1984 info blackout on Kiwi Farms in Australia. That an avid 4chan user and guy who's professing to be a political dog whistle niche community subculture expert cannot get any access. No.
Googleable internet, I can't do that. So I'm left to think that the only place Kiwi Farms might be is on some deep web darknet thing, if it's still around. And I
don't even know if Kiwi Farms exists. Here's the situation we're in. Either Card's a liar, or if Card is being genuine here, you should not listen to him about internet culture. Dog whistles, political subcultures. Can't be listened to. If he's being sincere here, right now, can't listen to him about anything. About internet stuff.
Actually a super technical computers person. And I don't have any experience with the darknet. And I'm not particularly interested in figuring out what digital hoops you'd need to jump through to get there either.
I was fucking around with that shit as a tween and it took 5 seconds. Come on.
So, unable to check what he's talking about,
Was this one of the rare cuts?
and I'm not particularly interested in figuring out what digital hoops you'd need to jump through to get there either. So...
Come on. We're not talking hours and hours. We're talking 5 minutes. We're talking 5 minutes with many guides, okay? If I was absolutely 100% certain that I would earn 10 to 50k a month, would I sell out? Even if it was being a leftist cuck like Gunter and Card. Do you mean like if I was certain I would get it like organically? Or do you mean if some fucking puppet master was offering it to me? If some puppet master was offering it to me, I bet I could make more money by exposing the puppet master. Alright.
Unable to check what he's talking about for myself, I'll respond to his claim by saying this. Either he has access to the site, and has seen something nefarious, which he blames on me for some reason. Then he's wrong in spreading a non-truth. Or he doesn't have access to the site, but he's still gonna say he's seen something nefarious on there, which he blames on me for some reason.
Oh god, this bit makes me think he's being genuine. Or is he committing to the lie so hard that he's going along with the logical consequence of it? Is Card pretending to not know whether it still exists or not? Or does he genuinely think it might not exist, so Gunter might be lying about having checked it? Oof.
In which case he's lying in a different way. I don't think I'd usually suspect the latter here, necessarily. But remember back at the start of the video, what feels like years now...
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I pointed out that Gunter just blatantly lied in saying he tried to contact me through 4chan. I reckon he says that sort of thing because he's got to know that most people who ever hear it in his audience won't probably know enough to know that doesn't make any sense.
It's really stupid, but it does make sense, and he did do it.
If Gunter wants to make the claim that I use Kiwi Farms, I know that specifically is a lie, since it's a claim about me, and therefore I know it's wrong.
Right, you don't know it's a lie. You know it's incorrect.
But if he makes just about any other claim about the site, I actually don't know enough about the place's functionality and stuff to say offhand what is and isn't theoretically possible on there. Still, either way...
No. Methinks the NB doth protest too much. Methinks the NB doth protest far too much.
Gunter's...
Kiwi farms? I didn't know there were entire farms where they just grew kiwis. And you're not allowed to do it in New Zealand?
Sticking to his claim that I've been mentioned over there, and that, he says, is suspicious. Now, here's something I genuinely had to add to my script virtually at the last minute.
Gunter included a cap of the alleged post, right? Because the post is all stuff Cards all up in. Why wouldn't you be like, that post is absolutely not me, that's not anything I'm involved with, that's nothing to do with me at all?
I was jumping through the footage, trying to find a viable clip to use here. And you'll never believe what I inadvertently found. After Gunter makes all these accusations about me concerning Kiwi Farms...
Like, it's so pathetic to bounce around the video, because he didn't watch the video. Are you telling me, Tenshi, there's no way that he would respond to parts of the video that he hasn't seen, right? How would... I think that Whaler told Card some key parts of the video or of the stream. Am I correct? If I'm correct, is Card fucking responding to highlights Whaler mentioned without looking? Okay, you didn't really. Okay. The idea that he hasn't watched the whole thing, okay. But if he's responding to the Kiwi Farms allegation, then he's seen the part with the post, right?
Understandably, the viewers in his chat are just as confused as I was about all this, and someone asks him how he finds all this out if Kiwi Farms is such an evil place to be. And, distracted from whatever loose-weave script or plan he's probably running off, he answers the question in chat like this.
Not a super progressive place. I literally got linked to a Kiwi Farms thing as a result of like all of this stuff going on. So I logged in, not logged in. I don't have an account or nothing, but I opened the page for the first time today. And let me tell you guys something. Not a place I want to be.
God, they're all such fucking losers. All of them are fucking losers. Jesus.
No thanks. No, I don't even frankly want it on my history that I was ever there. No thanks.
It's fucking writing and some avatar pictures, like some display pictures down the left. It's fucking writing.
Now, it would appear that possibly Mr. Gunter just had a little Freudian slip here about using Kiwi Farms, which he immediately tries to distance himself from by all but going, actually, that website is my least favorite thing to do. That's the...
Right. Picard. Picard, you're doing the, I don't even know how to get there. I can't. Oh, I still connect to the internet using a microwave with a tinfoil antenna and a potato to power it.
Real beauty in the live stream format compared to pre-recorded video. You occasionally get little spoofs and goofs like that. Now, if I didn't already think Alec Gunter is a big fat liar who's perfectly willing to tell falsehoods to prop up a story and protect his own image, I'd honestly be perfectly willing not to interpret this slip-up uncharitably.
Okay, but the biggest lie is you can't contact me on 4chan. Oh, Alec Gunter had to have known that that's impossible. Anyone who knows about 4chan knows that's impossible. By the way, I have no idea how to access the evil alt-right murder forum. Is he mirroring Alec? Is that what's happening? Are they yin-yanging each other? What is this?
But I did just watch this man expend half an hour trying to squeeze any drop of impropriety he could out of my bashful little novella like 20 minutes ago. So, my overwhelming instinct now is to throw an accusation
Ultra instinct, overwhelming instinct card
back at him as readily as he throws them out. But I won't do that. I choose to take the high road. I will also again firmly reiterate my explicit rejection of the claim Gunter makes of me that I used the site, and I'm not going to say that his...
He called you a multi-rapist. Please. That you use Kiwi Farms is the absolute mildest accusation.
Hilarious slip-up is proof that Alec Gunter secretly has a darknet Kiwi Farms account. I will leave that up to you, the viewer, to decide for yourself.
Stop it, please.
All I will say is, you just know that if I had said that, and a clip existed of me accidentally admitting to using Kiwi Farms, Gunter's entire live stream would have just been 5 hours of that clip played on a loop, and he'd probably still be kvetching about it to this day. There's one last main thing Gunter mentions that I want to break down before I move into some more general closing thoughts. Interwoven with his Kiwi Farms accusations Gunter occasionally flashes up a bunch of ostensibly real messages on screen,
Right.
which are supposedly Discord messages from me to parties unknown.
Oh.
For
Okay.
context, Discord is an online web chatting service, essentially. Kind of like Skype plus a text chat for groups of people. Honestly, I'd be surprised if anyone watching this video doesn't know what Discord is, but I figured I might as well.
What, like almost as surprised at us as us at being expected to believe you have no idea and you could not possibly ever find your way onto Kiwi farms because you're in Australia.
Add the context here. Now, first things first, I do not use Discord publicly, so to speak. I do use it just to talk to a few friends.
Okay.
I do not participate in public servers. I do not, and would never, run a Discord server. If you ever see someone on Discord publicly claiming to be me, for some reason, that is not me. Once upon a time, I wouldn't have expected that it'd be a claim people out there would make, or something people would have been taken in by if they saw someone else making the claim that someone on Discord is me. But regular viewers of mine might remember the pink breakfast slop short video essay I did a while ago, and how I mentioned in that one, unfortunately people out there on the internet get really weird and parasocial over even the smallest, weirdest things. And nowadays, I wouldn't even be surprised if I found out someone was pretending to be me for some reason on the internet.
Why?
Especially since I've started doing more and more of these YouTube videos.
That wouldn't be why. That wouldn't be why. That wouldn't be where it's coming from. It would be from LGBT board.
And frankly, I don't think anything good ever comes out of
Or maybe Reddit or anywhere else you annoy the fuck out of people.
public Discord servers. Especially not the sort run by online personalities and their adjacent fan groups. I haven't been convinced they ever serve a good purpose, and under the best circumstances, it's not like they're particularly transparent or easy to hold accountable to any outside eyes. But just
What about 4chan, though? I don't know if I...
to reiterate, anyone claiming to be me online or have zero provenance Discord screenshots claiming to be of me is wrong. Again, consider this your explicit refutation if you need it. Now, the first time I watched Gunter start pulling these screenshots up on his livestream feed, supposedly of comments written by me, he claims they were sent to him by anonymous sources he can't reveal. And I wrote down on the little page of notes I was taking in preparation to eventually make this video, does he actually believe that that's true, or is this another willful lie?
Oh,
I remember my first thought was, the snappy, picture is worth 1,000 words way of demonstrating how dumb this sort of allegation is, would be to say, throw together a fake, real-looking screenshot purporting to show Alec Gunter confessing to something comedically untrue, like being the Lindbergh baby or having committed the Whitechapel killings. But I don't think he'd actually get the point. Maybe if I held up a manila envelope or something stuffed with paper and said, hey, these are my sources which say you've done something bad. And no, I can't show them to you,
yeah,
but I promise
okay.
they're real.
You're getting towards it.
Like, seriously, what the fuck is he doing at this point? But here's the thing, bear with me for a moment. I know he's been lying about just about everything else so far, but
Like, he didn't... I don't think there was anything super horrible in the Discord messages anyway, was there? There was, like, off-color stuff?
I would possibly be willing to have believed at least the claim that supposed sources have tried to reach out to him.
True. There was There was the I inadvertently may have killed a gay guy.
Why? Because shortly after the time Gunter made his second video about me, I got a couple emails at my public contact email address making a bunch of allegations about him.
Ooh.
Saying stuff like, Gunter's a well-known creep in such and such a city, and he got expelled from a local convention or two for being inappropriate, etc., etc.
Very well.
And you know what I did with those emails? I ignored them, because if there's troublemakers out there who find two YouTube people making videos back and forth, maybe they'll try and throw some petrol on the fire and hand each side a bunch of rumors and stuff they
I disavow!
hope will make them fight more. And
I disavow! I disavow!
I, for one, am not dumb enough to believe that the unsolicited emails I get regarding drama I'm having with someone else are real. I mean...
I'm not convinced Card received any emails, though, to be honest.
Having seen how much he casually lies, though, and what he really thinks about trans people in bathrooms, and having been on the receiving end of his entitled demanding emails myself now, I can say it's definitely plausible that Gunter is a pretty unpleasant person in his day-to-day life.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily just going to believe specific claims made about him because an anonymous message I get says so.
Fair enough.
But, if I can speculate a little here...
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
I think Gunter did actually get contacted in some way, basically the same way I did. And he was probably given a bunch of unsubstantiatable nonsense. Then he decided to throw that in.
Unsubstantiatable. Unsubstantiatable.
To his big...
Am I going too far? Am I hyper-analyzing too far? In that, instead of just saying they're unsubstantiated, he's trying to go, they couldn't possibly be substantiated.
Smearing me live stream, alongside directing people to outlets that I've worked for and weirdly reading my book and everything else he's doing here. Either because he thought it sounded convincing enough for his audience, or because he himself was also fooled by it.
We know what he means, it's fine.
And frankly, even if a bunch of online trolls trick you into thinking some false allegations about someone else are true, once you broadcast them to your very engaged 10,000 plus subscribers, no less.
Sure.
I don't care if you've been tricked. You too are now responsible for the claims you broadcast.
Yes. Shame you said this 47 minutes in where no one's gonna see.
And you certainly can't just go around making allegations about people you don't like because of your personal grievance, Gunter. But, speaking of really dumb claims...
Responsible for his viewers? No. Responsible for irresponsible reporting, saying it themselves. The actual broadcasting of false information or irresponsibly verified, inadequately verified information as truth. Especially when it's something as serious as criminal accusation. Criminal accusation. Which we haven't gotten to almost 50 minutes in. Reminder. Gunter brought up multiple claims of multiple attempted rape. That was in Gunter's video. We haven't hit it yet.
We're getting right to the very end of Gunter's live stream here.
There are cuts, Valbert.
And he goes in for a real big final claim to cap things off.
All right.
I don't know if this was emailed to him, or if he's made it up himself. I'm just going to let a clip play for itself in a second.
All right.
And steel yourself for what is about to come. In closing, Gunter repeats the Fox News transphobic trope and calls me a groomer. Then, while swearing his dislike for me isn't just personal...
He does, but he does this after something more important. Come on.
He has to fight back how definitely not mad he is about being made to look dumb in my other videos. He concludes by saying that I want to start or run a trans sex cult. Here's the clip. This is how Gunter's stream ends.
So what does this all boil down to, folks? Well, I have a theory, and I think it's a very good one. I think that John David Card is a groomer. I think that he is attempting to start his own cult of supporters, largely trans supporters, right? I think that he wants to build up an audience of trans people that he can then manipulate, take advantage of, and perhaps even in a sexual way. And so that's why I feel this is not personal. It is a little personal, but the main point of this is not personal. I do not want shitheads like this infiltrating our good leftist space. No. Cast you out into the cold, my friend. None of that here. You're a piece of shit. I hate you. And you shouldn't have called me a fucking slackjaw, dumbass.
This is literally the first thing Card should have shown. Should have been an intro. Alec Gunter, a guy I've been beefing with, has decided to go full schizo and make the most outlandish accusation towards me I could ever imagine. Play this clip. You win. You win.
And that's that.
What can you even really say to stuff like this? This live stream started under the premise of some people make the online left look bad because of their appearance.
Card thinks he's making a memento. Did you know that if you subscribe to Card, you actually get sent a little pack of photographs with notes on the back to help you follow along?
And we need to remove those people from our communities. And it ended with Gunter going, "This individual is a crypto bathroom pronouns groomer who wants to make people trans for sex cult reasons." But he's not mad about it, though. He swears he's not mad about it. Well, damn, dude, you caught me. I was all ready to move to Guyana with my harem of gender people and then start dishing out the cyanide-flavored Kool-Aid. Now I'll never get to do that, and I would have gotten away with it too
It was
if it
Flavor
wasn't
Aid.
for that bold, bumbling moron who blew the whole operation wide open. Let's just take this sentiment of his seriously for even a second.
Okay. This is weak, yes, Sarah. If Card had just responded to this bit and just done this bit, you did it.
Do I want to start a trans sex cult with my subscribers? I'm going to answer again with an explicit no. In fact, I'll use right now as the perfect place to say, I am 100% against...
Imagine if Card said, I am 100% super straight. No trans for me.
...against the idea of anyone who watches my content having any emotional investment in me whatsoever. I don't want to so much as meet up with my viewers. I don't get into conversations with my viewers in the comment section below my videos or elsewhere. I don't like the idea of ever even signing up for a service like Patreon because I don't like the idea of even taking money from my viewers. I think if you want to make videos as a hobby, you should keep it just that, a fun hobby, not a job or something you aspire to make yourself rich off of.
How about a super fun hobby where you also make money, though?
Frankly, observant listeners might even have picked up from the way I introduce myself every video. I don't even think my viewers should be on a first-name basis with me. Apologies to anyone who might have hoped otherwise.
Oh no.
But I have...
Hey, you're disrespecting... Look, you're saying I get fucked? You guys literally are just calling me Tim. He's owning you as well. You two are owned when you call me Tim in this scenario. You have to call me Mr. Morrison now. Damn straight. Damn straight.
have no interest in starting a cult. Thank you very much. So, we're done analysing Gunter's video now. And
Sorry? We waited 51 minutes for the claim. Reminder. For the claims of multiple attempted rape. Gunter claims to have an anonymous witness to multiple rape attempts. And we're done with the video now. That's just not going to come up. Excuse me? I would say that's the only claim that really matters. The sex cult thing matters for, like, owning Alec. Could have fucked him up with that, make him look like a schizophrenic. The multiple attempted rape claim is the big boy. That's the one that matters.
I, for one, wasn't swayed by it. But I just wanted to add some thoughts of my own. Let's just sum up first. Back in January this year, Alec Gunter found a video of mine talking about reactionary political dog whistles. Since he aspires to be a Vaush or Hassan Piker-style daily live streamer, he decided to do a commentary watch of my video. But because he's just generally pretty dumb, he got a lot of stuff wrong and he needlessly attacked me personally a lot during it, and decided to make me the face of what he describes as the lefties who are too weird about stuff. Then,
Sure.
I made a fairly good-hearted response to his stream, explaining in detail why he was wrong, and why I don't think he was right to call me a snowflake who can't stand up for myself.
Yeah, you incinerated him. You incinerated him in that first response. It was the first response that had the soy numel bug man. Yes.
And Gunter got so fucking mad about this. His ego was bruised and he can't let a damn thing go. That here we are, maybe 8-9 weeks later now, and I need to defend myself from his spurious accusations that I want to start a sex cult with my viewers. Alec Gunter is a fucking joke. A slack-jawed moron of the highest caliber.
Do this almost an hour ago, dog. It is the leftoid disease of, the bigger my video is, it's like a bomb. This is like Putin's Satan missile. The bigger the video, the more I strain. No, you're not making a good video. You're taking a forced dump. Just... Okay? When your video is all good things, no bad thing, you're good. Doesn't matter how hard it was. Right? You get a block of marble, you want to get a sculpture out of it, just get rid of the bits that aren't the sculpture. You don't get extra points because it was harder to do. Because you went and took more and more and more and more and more.
And I've got this entire live stream of his I can point to show it. I would have just said, go watch the original VOD of the thing yourself if you want to see that. But, as I alluded to earlier, the reason I have this recording is only because of a kind stranger who got in touch and sent me a backup link to it.
Newest Whaler referred to as a kind stranger. Damn, Whaler, don't you feel good getting that live recording to Card that he then didn't fucking watch? Don't you feel helpful?
Many thanks to them. Gunter has, since posting this, actually removed his proper original version of this stream from his own page, and I highly doubt we'll ever get the original recording back. At the moment, what is up on his page is a highly cut down version of the same stream, where Gunter has...
It's not that highly cut down, if I remember correctly.
attempted to remove all his dumbest moments and cover up his little slips and blunders, like where he accidentally said he uses kiwi farms.
He left some mega blunders in there. Alec, secret lore. that we never covered, or I don't think I ever mentioned. You know how Alec accidentally leaked his sources in the original stream and was meant to fix that in the edited version? He didn't fix it in the edited version. He only fixed it partially. Don't trust Alec Gunter with any information. He will tell the world who you are. Dude, watch out. Watch out.
Or when he starts arguing with his audience halfway through reading the book. The reason it's gone is probably just because he eventually sobered up and realized how deranged he came across in most of that stream. Or maybe he just wanted to cover his own tracks a little. See, remember right at the start of the vid where I showed how Gunter went out of his way to tell his audience about my contact info and my social media and a paper I worked for, and explained how it's pretty regular for Alec to try and sick his fans on targets he doesn't like? Well, we know Gunter knows his audience is
Bro, re-record. Jesus. I sometimes have little noises in the back of my videos. But this is
really engaged and active. And we also know he's got a bit over 10,000 subscribers now. How much of his audience do you think have sent me annoying and spammy and sometimes downright threatening emails in the past few weeks? Maybe 1%, 2%, a little bit more? Well, the last few weeks I have received hundreds, literally hundreds, a triple-digit figure amount.
You're gonna have to show me that. Hundreds of what, emails?
Of emails all of a sudden. Some of which are pretty explicitly violent too.
You have to show. You have to show.
I wonder why. Let's not mince words or play silly buggers here. This is because of Alec Gunter. I am still, to this day, receiving anonymous death.
True despair, there are people on 4chan who fucking hate Card and hate it, but they despised Card before the Gunter stuff.
Threats via email because of Alec Gunter. Alec Gunter is harassing me now. He may not physically be the person hitting the send button on the other end every time, but when you do everything in your power you can to tell your audience of 10,000 that here is someone you don't like and they have a contact email, you bear significant culpability for what they do.
Highly conditional. I think he can make this argument if he brings up the fact that Alec Gunter accused him of being a multiple times attempted rapist. I think you can be held culpable if you tell people someone is a literal fucking rapist and the people you tell do something. Because I think a reasonable person who believes that may be driven to act. If you're saying, yeah. Additionally, Gunter did tell people to fuck with him and get him removed from stuff by any means necessary, so.
Another thing I want to touch on before I close out for good, the structural nature of the sort of claims and accusations Gunter makes about me. His approach is very throw a lot of shit at a wall and see what sticks. Nothing about what he says is substantial at all. And it's not like he's even responding to a video of mine or something like that.
Like, let's say I reacted to a video by someone like Card. And it could even be just by exposure to a person like this. It could be nothing to do with what I say about them. It could just be that you see this person because I've shown them to you, and all of you decide, I want this person to die. I'm going to go bother them until they do something to themselves. I'm a causal element. And I know that that's possible. I know that it's possible that, regardless of what I say, I could show you someone who's so despicable and hateful that you could go after them. and there's nothing I could do about that. Because I understand I'm taking that risk, I think you could say that I played a major part in killing that person. But I think that's different from being culpable. From being guilty of something. Right? There needs to be something a lot more. There needs to be something a lot more. Consider, on the other hand, if I showed you a person, and the reason you hate them is because I told you that person was a child rapist that the police are protecting, and then someone did something because I said that. I think you have to go with a sort of reasonable person standard and say, would what the person did cause a reasonable person to react in this way and go after them? Because there are fucking schizos online. There are insane people online. And just showing an insane person, Card or Gunter or someone else, could set them off. If someone's going to be responsible for that, even though they are a causal element, the answer to that is you can't look at stuff. You can't share stuff, you can't quote stuff, you can't reference stuff. That's insane. It's very important to be able to talk about public media. So I think the compromise is, so long as nothing you do would cause a reasonable person to go after who you're showcasing, you are not culpable, even if what you did is what led to it happening.
At this point either. He's just gesturing towards either stuff that is mine, like my writing it.
If James Somerton isn't dead or didn't try to kill himself, that's basically what's in my Somerton video. But the second we get kill confirmed, the second we get kill confirmed, or a confirmation that he tried to kill himself, an H-bomb video drops where I basically say that. So there you go, you're not missing out.
That online paper, or my book, and then trying to imply there's something wrong there. Or else he's got a bunch of stuff totally unrelated to me, and completely making up claims about cults and acting hysterical about it.
It is looking bad that Card does not touch at all on the attempted rape accusations. It protects Card somewhat to be like, oh, I didn't watch the whole thing. If I am beefing with someone and I have any interest in it, and I hit the end, and it's them accusing me of starting a grooming rape cult, I'm going to at least jump back a little bit and watch that whole end part.
I just want to point out, I've been talking about Gunter today for a while now. And I've had to respond to him before too. And every time I do, including through all of today's videos, my only sources are his videos about me and now the emails he sent me. See, with something like a big refutation of someone's claims in, say, a YouTube video or a live stream, at no point should you need to bring out a bunch of unrelated material, like a place they work, or especially one they've never mentioned online before, or a novella they wrote years ago which is entirely unrelated to the topic at hand. Or even something like...
Like, the thing is, Card doesn't even need people to have done something. That doesn't even need to have happened. If he's going to say all that stuff happened, I think he needs to show it. But what Alec Gunter did is bad enough on its own. The severity of what he accused Card of, with the call to action to cause him harm. That alone, to me, is bad. That is bad, even if it doesn't cause anything.
A bunch of anonymously sourced Discord messages you claim are real and were suddenly passed along to you by persons you can't name after you started having beef with someone else. For example, I'm doing this big long video explaining why Alec Gunter is wrong and how his followers have been harassing me, and at no point whatsoever while putting together the script for this video or recording it and editing it. At no point.
At this point, I don't know, Whaler. Whaler asks, do you think he didn't see it or is purposely not covering the sexual assault stuff? It seems bizarre to have not even... to have seen the end, but not to have looked at what happened just before the very end. That's weird.
Would I ever think it's a productive or remotely good idea to try and figure out where he worked or where he lived or if any of his old works are somewhere online so I can publicize those things?
Like, this video is just an utter train wreck. I find it so hard to believe that he managed to pick out the points that he did and miss, or not even really look for, Gunter's reasoning as to why this is okay. Gunter thinks this is fair game because Gunter is calling you a multiple times attempted rapist. This is really, really, really serious. Anyway, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. We'll watch the last 20 minutes and see what Card can possibly do. As of right now, this is a gigantic L. Awful, unbelievably terrible response. I'm going to play you some White Bat audio. I'm going to go piss. I'm going to go have a drink. We'll finish this off. I can't see how this can be turned around. And in fact, even if there is something that turns it around at the very end, it's still a fail, because it's at the very end and no one's going to see it. I've returned and I unmuted the wrong tab first, but we're good. Whew. Will die. Oh yeah, dude. I'm not watching the gym stream. At least not tonight, because I presume it's going to be on in the wee hours. Oh, let me get my breath back. Jesus. After we finish this, what have I just been sent by Azermain? Azermain, are you here or just on Twitter? Azermain sent me a Sweet Baby link. I think I saw Chud start to watch this one.
Do this, and what I'm excited about with our own company, and hopefully what it means to anybody else watching right now, is that we can work together in something.
Whatever. We can go through this. We can go through this afterwards. It might be a fully reactoid day. In case you're not aware, Gamergate 2 is a go. Gamergate 2 is activated. We can do a quick song, and then we'll get back to the card video.
In a land of magic, where legends are spun, lived a hero named Tim, who was just an egg. Oh, what fun! He embarked on a quest down the mighty stairs to sit from the porcelain chalice, the mystic piss, if anyone dares. Oh, Tim the egg, brave and bold, with a shell.
It's a joke about me drinking piss. Thank you. Very good. Anyway. That is not a Keffels video. That is the King of Limbo. Yeah, we've got how many Gamergatoid articles do we have so far? We've got the Kotaku one, we've got the PC Gamer one, we've got Nathan Grayson's site. The Nathan Grayson article is amazing in that he pretty much copies a Sweet Baby PR statement word for word, which is really funny. Because that's a problem they had in 2014! You only need the Kotaku one. Duke, you're wrong. A major feature of these fucks is that someone will post an article and then they all just fucking echo each other. They do all that circular citation shit where one of them just says something and then the other one goes, it's been reported, blah, 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 that this is true. And then the original reports them and says, it's been reported by blah, 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 that it's true. And you end up with this nest, and ultimately the final source is some dipshit making stuff up. It is very significant that there are lots of the same article, yes. And that is indeed how they get it on Wikipedia. Mm-hmm. Yes.
What Gunter does to try and attack me, making all this stuff up, is not something a mentally well person who isn't acting out of a weird, obsessive internet vendetta fantasy would ever do.
Right. This doesn't work because Gunter dropped his bomb and then stopped. Card, you're coming back after a month. He dropped it and then stopped. You can't go with like, he's insane and obsessed.
What Gunter is doing is...
Let's go.
Randomly generated username fed the streamer with €5 Superberry. GG2 is a go. Instructions clear. Harassment campaign commencing.
Absolutely. Let's go.
kind of like LARPing as an investigator. He's pretending that what he's doing here to smear someone with nonsense while not saying anything of substance is essentially what investigative journalism is. I wouldn't necessarily want to toot my own horn here, but since it's out in the public now anyway, let's just take a real quick look at the paper I've written for.
Clean and smooth bun, Zara. Clean and smooth bun. Looking nice. Looking tight. Crisp.
Bear with me. Gunter might actually have learnt a thing or two if he'd taken a look at the sort of thing I wrote over there, like this second most recent piece of mine. It's largely about the fact that this really big, heavily trafficked construction site right in the middle of our state capital had this massive, dangerous, 40-foot deep open shaft right in the middle of it, without even any safety fencing or supports or anything around it.
Man, making random holes in the ground safe, that's real political activism.
That 40-foot hole shouldn't have been there. The bosses didn't know it was there, the government didn't know it was there, and the workers had been prevented from reporting it by the site representatives the bosses had brought in. So it was just this big hazard all the construction workers there had to literally sidestep around.
Okay.
And it's so deep that, God forbid, if a worker or pedestrian accidentally walked in, or the sides collapsed and took out a part of the street with it, people could die. And
yeah, but how many could die? If literally everyone who worked there fell into the hole and died, how many people would that be?
the actual mainstream news here and the current affairs programs and such that film here hadn't noticed it either. So I wrote this piece and got my facts together and checked my sources and put a...
So I made a GoFundMe for gravel and over the course of 6 months filled in the hole.
set of photos together and sent it into my editor. And the final product of this article is basically me saying, hey, I've noticed a giant fuck-off hole right next to the...
How the fuck is this the end of his... How is this the end of his response to rape accusations? I fill... Wait, is this an admission? You're saying I'm a rapist? Yeah, I fill holes in. What is...
path on Albert Street that's been there for a while, at that site that I know has had major accidents before. Maybe someone should do something about it. Now, I'm no Woodward or Bernstein, but that's what actual real-world investigative journalism looks like, by the way. It's not just saying a bunch of crap online into your webcam.
Oh, he's going just on the investigative journalism point. Okay.
Now, absolute final thing I want to get into.
But if I noticed the hole and I made a YouTube video, it could well have the same effect and get it dealt with if enough people got angry.
Today. Just something to keep in mind going forward. I think it's pretty clear that Alec Gunter doesn't actually have any real values. He's not a committed political organizer or community activist or anything. He just wants to run an internet drama content mill, where one day he can slap my name and face on a video called Crazy Bread Tuber Exposed, and he calls me a cult leader.
And a rapist.
Then the next day he's found a new target who's the new worst person online ever. Then the day after that he's talking about iDubbbz being cringe or whatever. Because Gunter's got to have a new internet drama to chase every day if he wants to be
Come on, the thumbnail with me is so good. You have to show that
a
one.
real big boy streamer one day. It's why Gunter goes out of his way to throw himself in front of any spotlight he can. Like he'll sign up to be the laughing stock on some BuzzFeed-esque political debate panel, or try and get an epic debate in on Matt Walsh's speaking tour or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And something else I picked up on from now having seen a few Alec Gunter videos.
Ooh.
He does the classic dumb guy move of trying to insult you while being really inconsistent about it. Because he's, genuinely so low IQ and in such a rush to do his debate bro epic verbal takedown shit, he becomes truly incapable of properly articulating a real critique of somebody. Because he's just reaching for whatever words he can think of, regardless of whether or not they're apt or not. Like when he flip-flops between calling me a woke-scold lib and being a secret sex cultist. Or
Flip-flops?
in his very first video about me, if you saw it or my response to it.
What are you talking about? He called you two different things. Derogatively. Like what?
You might have noticed he keeps alternating between making fun of my voice and how I speak, by calling me snobbish or stuck up. Then he turns around and belittles me for the, let's say, rusticness of everything visible behind me.
Sure.
He doesn't realize that...
Wait, where's the skull? Wait, didn't Card have a skull in the background before? Where's it gone? That was sick.
Calling someone really pretentious and then making a veiled jab about how homespun their place is isn't actually a coherent, consistent thought. I also just wanted to note, I think it's just so weird that someone would ever call me a snob.
Sorry, I just had to check that the house wasn't collapsing with that noise that sounds like a boiler or washing machine malfunctioning.
Presumably it's just because to Gunter, the fact I try to enunciate my words correctly is a sign I'm trying to lord myself over him. But for what it's worth...
You're Australian, you can't pronounce anything correctly. Don't worry about it.
I grew up really poor in a dilapidated town of about 200 people. That's where I spent my first 20-odd years. I always had at least one job since I was a teenager, just
I was born a poor black boy.
trying to help my family, and I'm a big believer in trying to pull my weight. Then I did university, mostly long distance, got my bachelor's degree, then a master's degree. Now I'm seriously looking at PhD track maybe.
Okay.
It just feels so surreal to get called a snob or pretentious, honestly. Anyway...
You talk in a way that would come off to a lot of people as being snobbish or attempting to be posh. Jason Coward. Hello. Thank you for being a member. Are you not Jason Bright and his egg?
Gunter tries to make fun of me over my background set here, which, for the record, isn't actually a shed like I see a lot of people in my comments assume. It's one of the rooms in a little cabin I built. And
Yo, Red Dead. That's pretty good. That's pretty based. I like
for
that.
one, think it's a real comfy place to film my videos. Gunter thinks it makes me look serial killerish for some reason, whatever that's meant to mean.
What is a cabin but a large shed, though, to be honest?
That's the line he's been using since his first video on me.
He says he makes me seem serial killerish. What is it about it, you know? I mean, the other rooms are all victim storage, but that would make me look serial killery, not this room. See ya, Bunny. Good luck.
I guess when I made this place and decided to record videos...
Also true, yeah, the skull that was previously in videos was somewhat serial killerish, yes.
...in here, I just plumb didn't account for the fact that apparently some city slickers are just genuinely scared of exposed timber. Then we get stuff
You guys aren't scared of exposed timber, are you?
like where Gunter really obviously cynically changes around his messaging, trying to...
Still there over his shoulder? Am I blind? Oh, it's just a bit hidden. It's just a bit hidden. Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, it is there.
...angle for a sympathetic reaction from
I remembered it as being higher up than that, like on the shelf by the computer. My bad.
situation to situation. Like, for instance, when he started out emailing me with polite requests to reconcile, then 2 days later it's threats. Or, I remember in his first video, again, he made a big point of calling me soft and saying I look like I couldn't take a metaphorical punch.
Yeah.
As in, I'd get offended over stuff too easily.
He comes off like a shrill, shrieking liberal. It's too liberal for me. It's too libby. Gross. I don't want to coalition build with this asshole because he's probably, like, I don't know for sure, but based on this video, the impression I'm getting is that this guy cannot take a punch, metaphorically, okay? Like, he just can't.
Then, in his second video, I made a joke to the effect of actually, I can banter with the best of them. That's why I'd call you a soy new male, if I thought you'd understand it's meant to be derogatory. If you were more familiar with...
Why are we just replaying this? Why are we going through this again and at the end?
...reactionary online terminology, you might know this all forms an archetype that a lot of people call the soy new male bug man.
What? The soy no... Huh? How does he know that? What circles is he hanging out in? I don't know any of that.
Thankfully, though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff, so you won't know
We need this card back. What is this fucked up card?
it's meant to be derogatory. A good bit. I'm still happy with it. And I'd be willing to bet Gunter isn't actually offended by hearing that.
No. No. Insanely wrong read. Absolutely fucking incorrect. That's what this is all about. That's the thing. You could see it in his face.
After all, he's a man who stridently tells others they need to...
Like, it's fun to watch people fight. But it's getting to the point where they're both swinging around and, like, not hitting each other. Like, the Gunter vid was a big whiff because he did it so incompetently, but then this defense is so incompetent that it's not...
take a joke and roll with the punches. But...
True, Ben, this video was not fun. This video has been torture. Hopefully the Gamergate 2 stuff we're doing next will be fun.
He's happy to pretend he's been really offended by this. That's why he leaves this postscript pinned comment. Card posting went after my appearance and intelligence.
So
literally
fucking what?
Far-right dog whistles to describe me. The effort put into my content, which implicates both my efforts.
Yeah, Saint. This is Card's response, something like a month after the video, during which time Gunter hadn't done anything more.
And those of my editor and my entire audience. Right there, dude is pretending to be really offended to, I guess, try and get some sympathy? Even though his whole thing is supposed to be not being a little bitch when someone banters back. But, without a shadow of doubt in my mind, he is Mr. Gunter's single biggest hypocrisy.
Okay. Oh, what really bothers? Being falsely accused of being a rapist and sex cult organizer. That's no big deal. What really bothers me is the hypocrisy. Okay, okay.
Surely, anyone watching this video will recall when, in my prior video on the subject, I made the observation that Gunter was clearly just trying to style himself off of the likes of Vaush and the other big left-of-center YouTube streamers. When I said that, Gunter jumped up with a start, because he heard the name Vaush and evidently didn't quite understand the rest of the sentence, because he seems to have thought that I attacked Vaush there in making the comparison.
You already covered this in your second response.
And also that doing so is some horrible
Volume warning
transgression of mine. Just in case you don't recall, here's the clip.
Okay.
Do we really need another one of these dime a dozen wannabe Vaush clones?
Yes! Yes, there it is, boys! He's a Vaush hater! Yes!
Yeah, like, you were right. Card was right when he brought this up before. Card did not say anything wrong about Vaush in that sentence. Didn't say anything negative about him. He just said Alec Gunter is another one of the dime a dozen clones.
Every time! Every time! We got it, boys. Let's go.
The one is already more than plenty.
VDS is strong and...
Also, thank you very much for the volume warning. Holy shit. But then, of course, after Gunter already made the assumption, then Card said something negative.
Law and kicking.
But this happened a month ago. This happened almost 2 months ago. Why is this coming up again? Irrelevant.
You want to bring to the
Vaush bad! Vaush bad!
Now, at the time, I thought it was just funny to make fun of the fact that Gunter here demonstrates the media literacy and critical thinking skills of one of Pavlov.
Is this a response to a response to a response? Skolsky, this is... I'll say it again in case people aren't aware. The guy on screen right now was accused of attempting to rape people multiple times and of trying to run a grooming trans sex cult. This hour 20-minute ramble fest is the response to it.
dogs. Alec Gunter will not abide a single negative word said about his idol, Vaush. He doesn't even like it if he incorrectly thinks he heard you say a bad word about his idol, Vaush. And let's not forget, the entire reason Gunter ostensibly originally wanted to criticize the Dog Whistles videos of mine is because he found me in my rustic cabin explaining...
Is it folder time? You're dropping the folder bomb an hour and 10 minutes in!
Explaining how to spot reactionary memes to my typical viewership in the low to middling hundreds to be a case of bad optics that should be exorcised from the online left community.
Exorcised? Bro, he doesn't think you're a ghost. Excised.
That is Alec Gunter's original complaint regarding me, remember? Somehow, me, some random Australian he's never met, explaining that the alt-right likes dumb frog memes to maybe 300 people, is a threat to the left's political agenda, which again, in his mind, might just be getting state-level Democrats elected. I thought it would be far too delicious of an irony to pass up on pointing out that shortly after Alec Gunter does his 5-hour-long live stream, I believe possibly even later the same day, the very same Vaush he idolizes has the biggest critical optics fail of his career. Just in case you don't know what I'm alluding to here.
Oh my god!
Vaush is a very popular online streamer. He's very online, not the greatest politics necessarily, but still broadly left. But a lot of people have long pointed out that he comes across kind of gross sometimes, personality-wise. A little while ago...
How do you fail to make a dude leaking that he's downloaded Loli zingy? How do you make this not zingy?
Whilst...
Just in case you need more context to what's occurring, you can think of the internet as a series of tubes connecting us all.
Streaming, he inadvertently opened a folder on his computer showing some, I believe it was borderline underage and likely bestiality adjacent cartoon pornography.
Borderline? It wasn't borderline. Why are you going soft?
I don't think
I don't blame anyone for not looking, but that was not borderline.
anyone should really have that sort of stuff. You just shouldn't want to consume it, for one thing.
Yes!
But arguing the morality of the incident itself is outside the scope of this video.
Oh my
The
god.
point is, all that happening immediately had so many people online pointing out the obvious. That this is arguably the single worst PR disaster a real big online leftist personality has ever had. I wonder if Alec Gunter thinks that having a bunch of underage cartoon porno on your computer and showing it on live stream, and then having the clip of you doing that shown to tens of millions of people...
Well, Card. Incredible hypothetical. Him being asked that. Wouldn't it be cool if a month ago someone literally asked Alec Gunter that question directly? That would be really cool, wouldn't it?
all over the internet. Is that a bad look for the left? Is that something he should care about? Personally, I don't actually even think it is.
Ah!
I'm not trying to run Vaush apologia here, I promise. But I'm going to stick by my initial assertion that actually, for better or worse, nothing that happens online matters in the real world. But still, Gunter thinks it does, so it's weird we never got his thoughts on it, huh? He's a really big Vaush fan, so he must have heard about it, and he's so eager to hop on every online drama.
Okay, so what happens when a rightoid politician elevates Vaush into a major talking point? What happens if someone pulls that?
Trend, and he just...
Siffy, you would have lost it if you were here earlier. You might remember that Card's whole thing is that I do real political organizing, Gunter just does online stuff. Card in this video essentially addresses Gunter being involved with Destiny's canvassing. And instead of being like, well, he's just going along with other people's things, he's not organizing himself, whatever, Card says that influencing state elections isn't real politics, and seems to imply that successfully getting your preferred candidate into the presidency doesn't count as, you know, major political action either.
Thinks optics are so important. Why did we never get a Gunter video calling that out? That brings me to my final dozen paragraphs here. At long last. Why did I go to the trouble of making this video?
Holy fuck! I'm gonna lose it.
Well, contrary to how Gunter characterizes me, I'm not meek. I will always stand up for myself. I can take a verbal punch and give just as good as I get. I just wanted to show exactly how much of a two-faced little slime ball Alec Gunter is. He lies to the people he corresponds with. He lies to his audience about things he has to assume they won't know enough about to call him out. He starts fights with significantly smaller channels here on YouTube, then runs off crying to play the victim when they show he's a dullard in response.
Tim, this is invitation for you. What do you mean? Watch this link. No, I'm familiar with this. The suicide pods? I've seen them plenty of times. There are a few different ones.
He has his audience target people he doesn't like for harassment. And we can all laugh at his really dumb claims, like that I'm some sort of aspiring cult leader. But let's not forget, during that whole live stream we went down, how many times he repeats a Fox News talking point about trans bathroom groomers. This man is supposedly trying to be a left-wing voice online. I think he just wants an internet media career doing drama streams.
For sure, but it's so poor. Clearly, Gunter is saying, you play into that attack. You fit the bill as an example that can be pointed at for, look, they want to be able to say I'm a woman and then do anything. Gunter wasn't actually making that argument. But you can get Gunter and say say his conception of optics is very conservative centered. Seems to be based around what things would look like to a conservative. You've still got that conservative mindset or something. You probably argue that successfully. No guarantee. People can always send me videos. There's no guarantee I'll ever watch anything though.
Where he calls people groomers. And he just got all pissy once because I was a target of his, not afraid to bite back. At least in the process of responding to him, I might have wasted a few hours here tonight, although along the way we did get to discover that being called a slackjaw is apparently his trigger phrase.
Yes, you're correct. Why did you say before that you don't think it bothered him?
So that's something. But now, for the first time in this video, I'm going to address Mr. Gunter directly. Because we all know he is definitely the sort of egotist to be watching this thing all the way through as soon as it comes out. Alec, the single biggest...
I don't think it's egotistical to be curious what a fucking video saying you're harassing someone contains, okay?
Testament to the fact you're really dumb is actually how you went after me. Like I mentioned right at the start...
You should have found the bodies.
...of the video, getting all your little guys to try and spam out my email under the pretense of gotta gatekeep for optics or whatever, because that shows me that you haven't taken on board the one thing I keep repeating the most.
Oh.
The bullshit you or anyone does online does not make an iota of difference to the world. I told you like 1 minute into my first response video that nothing that happens online is real life organizing. A couple days after your live stream, I wake up,
Sure.
check my email, 200 new messages, most of which are threatening. And curiously, a lot were transphobic, homophobic, anti-Semitic.
If you believe Gunter just cares about his media career, hammering this isn't real organizing, blah, 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 isn't going to get him, because you've asserted that he doesn't actually care about that, and now you're saying it isn't that. Why would he care?
And you know what I did? I just basically ignored them.
Damn!
Not even the most over-the-top, outlandish
Except for this 1 hour, 20-minute video where you bring them up multiple times. You did ignore them.
so-called expose video, or you getting your followers to spam my email and social media, is going to force me to stop making videos, is it? Now, I'm just a simple country hobbyist videographer who films on my phone in my spare time. I get maybe a few hundred views on a video if it's popular. I've only got a fraction of the viewers.
Good, true. Maybe, if before. Maybe, if previously. You'd gone with this, it could work. It is absolutely delusional on Gunter's part to think you're going to blow up and become a cult leader, even if you wanted to.
Subscribers, or the fancy gear you have, Alec.
To think that Card's ever going to be big enough to have potential to be an optics problem for the left at large. Delusional.
Yet I'm still stuck in your fucking craw because I called you dumb one time. And there's nothing you can do from that seat of your American-sized gamer chair that can stop me from making the videos I want to make.
Inconsistent? It's not about inconsistency. It's about if you're right on the first point, the second point isn't going to hurt him. If Card is right that all Alec cares about is media career, going after the legitimacy of his organizing isn't going to hurt him. Isn't trolling him.
Your fucking craw because I called you dumb one time. And there's nothing you can do from that seat of your American-sized gamer chair that can stop me from making the videos I want to make. You got angry, you sent me a bunch of emails personally, kind of inappropriate, but whatever. Then you lied repeatedly about how you contacted me to your audience, claiming you reached out via Instagram and fucking 4chan for some reason. Then you do a marathon live stream calling me every single name in the book, throwing accusations around willy-nilly, practically taking yourself well past the point of parody by the end of it all. And you do that all...
Andy, is your take that he's trying to bait Gunter into accusing him of rape over and over again? Because that is what I can imagine happening if he actually watches this on stream.
Because you claim some hobbyist channel with a fraction of your viewership is a threat to the left's optics, and this supposedly justifies your insane crusade against me. I simply don't buy it. And you know, after having now heard all your criticism, having thought about it for a bit, I think I'm gonna keep doing those Dog Whistle 101 videos, actually. I think they're helpful and instructive.
The claim was a bluff? What do you mean a bluff? Why do you think it's a bluff? That's a weird way to describe it, because it's not Gunter's claim. He's repeating something he was told. Unless you think he faked having been told that.
And you can't live stream expose me out of doing them either. Little thought experiment. If you got the top 100 YouTube personalities all together, and you coordinated to have them all release insane 5-hour-long hit pieces on me simultaneously to their collective hundreds of millions of fans, I still wouldn't be compelled to stop doing my videos, would I? I'm certainly not going to do it just because some pissant debate bro who is forever chasing relevance in the drama sphere doesn't like me. And I really think about the content of this video. I haven't gone digging around trying to find your employer or making fun of your old content or anything like that, because that's not something a normal, well-adjusted person would do.
True.
All I've done is merely explain in simple, factual terms how you've lied to me and about me for the past few weeks, and I've played some footage of you being obsessive, being weird, being insane while shit-talking me online. Gunter, in the first video I addressed to you, I politely suggested
He mentioned the employer. He knows the claim. The claim isn't connected to the employer. But I presume any messages sent would reference it.
you take a step back from YouTube for a bit, because I could see that in your haste to climb aboard that content train, you are making sloppy, dumb, needless mistakes. After seeing the mess of a live stream about me you hacked up most recently, my earnest recommendation would be that you should give all this up for a good long.
The claim comes from his past place of work? No, it comes from a tenant union that anyone can join and functions as a direct democracy with no hierarchy, if I remember correctly, from looking into it.
Long while.
The accusations don't come from somewhere that employed him.
Because even before I got up to the bathroom groomer and cultist remarks, I could tell you're clearly starting to fucking lose it, dude. Seriously, take a month or two off for your own sake. While you're at it, I recommend you go read Moby Dick by Herman Melville.
Oh, he knows about the... Does he know about it? Or is it just... Is it a coincidence that he's making this point by saying read a book?
You can easily get it free online, and there's a really good lesson in there about monomaniacal obsession you could benefit from hearing. Plus, at your reading level, it should keep you occupied for at least a couple months.
Okay.
So don't...
Reference to reading level, the book is there. Okay. Card doesn't know about the New Year's resolution. But people here who don't know, one of Alec Gunter's New Year resolutions was to read a book.
Say I never give you any good advice. And Gunter, if you make a response to this video...
Imagine if he just goes, and Gunter, I'm going to kill you. That would be pretty good.
I'm not going to respond back. I'm not even going to watch it.
You said that before. Stop saying it.
Because your little obsession with me should not...
Stop this. Card, it's been a month. It's a month since the last thing Gunter said about you. You could have done this like a day after.
Not be encouraged in the slightest. Our interaction ends permanently at the end of this sentence. Now, if you're just a regular viewer of mine who's inexplicably made it this far, apologies for the awfully long video here. Apart from this, I ought to be uploading the next few proper new videos I wanted to do very, very soon. Then after that, I may or may not end up doing more up until around July, in which case they'll only be released irregularly if I indeed do upload any at all. Otherwise, if all goes well, I have big plans for the third quarter of this year that I hope to reveal when the time is right.
Oh god, he has explosives.
That's everything I have to say today. Once again, my name's Card. Goodbye for now, and have a lovely day.
Okay, and he uploaded a bunch of stuff. Got NPCs as a dog whistle. It's not a dog whistle. Everyone knows what it means. He's got you just know. Sorry, is this a white women fuck dogs reference? What opioids feel like? We know the lightning bolts. The bell? Curious. Nice. How about I watch all that offline and chop it up into clips, then respond to that? Because that ain't how it works, and would be a massive waste of my time. As opposed to wasting you guys' time. Right. Whoomp. I was recommended, with no further context, another Sweet Baby video. I know Chud was looking at this. But I don't know if this one's as worth. This one's from 5 months ago. Oh, and it's got Suicide Squad stuff. Okay, curious. Livingston's? Livingston's been posting the Limbo of the Lost ending. Control F, Alan Wake. I can't get fucking transcripts to come up on any video. I click the dots and there's no example. Let me, Gamergate 2, question mark. Right. I'm thinking we look at this Kotaku article. Oops, something went wrong. Apparently, YouTube doesn't want me editing my live stream title. Fixed. Sorry, we were not able to save your video. I've been fucking logged out of YouTube. What the fuck? I'm back in. I think we're fine. It's working now. Oh, all of my accounts have been saying I think someone's trying to hack me. Just so you know, like when I log into my email, I get booted out and it says we have a high volume of requests. You're sending a high volume of like login requests and stuff. I think someone might be trying to brute force my shit. It's possible. Yeah, I should change my passwords again. That is true. That is true. Do I have 2FA? Yes. And I haven't gotten any texts, so I guess there can't be someone trying to. Right. I skimmed the Kotaku article. And I skimmed other articles too. They, I believe, are not good. I know for a fact it's not good. From the little I've seen. And what in particular has been omitted. I feel like I should just ask you guys something. Something that I think is quite important. Recently, although the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff has been simmering for some time. Here's your question. The Sweet Baby Inc. stuff has been simmering for some time. Recently, it all exploded. Why? Chat, why do you think it exploded? What made it go bang? Who's going to read that small shit? Relax. Tried to shut it down. They attacked the guy. Flagging campaign by Chris Kindred. Trying to ban the Steam curator. Trying to cancel the list. I'd agree. I'd agree. So, following Sweet Baby employees trying to fuck with the guy's little curator page, trying to go directly for the guy's Steam account, calling for people to report him, saying, hey, he really wants to keep a Steam account, huh? Go for that too. It blew up. It blew up because of what the employees were saying. Now, Kotaku has published a piece called Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does. Obviously, in response to things blowing up, Alyssa Mercanti, however you say her name, has written an article, and Kotaku have published it. What do you think it might be really important and significant to mention? What would they perhaps be remiss to not include? Maybe the thing that made it blow up. I'm sure it will be in here, though. I'm sure it will be in here. Sweet Baby Inc. is not the largest narrative design company in the games industry. Sure. Nor is it solely responsible for the characters and stories in recent high-profile releases like Alan Wake 2, God of War Ragnarok, and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Sure. But good luck telling some gamers that. Maybe one or two literally believe that. I don't think that overwhelmingly people think Sweet Baby alone has written every story and every character. Late last month, one of the company's consultants discovered a Steam group dedicated to detecting games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on. The purpose? To encourage people to avoid those games because the group had deemed SBI was pushing a woke agenda by working toward greater diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they did what? The company's consultant, what did they do? Curious. The Steam group now has more than 100,000 followers and its own Discord that boasts nearly 2,000 members. But this ire against Sweet Baby Inc. and DEI initiatives in general isn't new. An October 2023 Kiwi Farms post shares similar sentiments, stating that the company's involvement in Remedy's award-winning 2023 action game Alan Wake 2 was possibly one of the biggest scandals in gaming history. So, we have mentioned that a consultant working for Sweet Baby discovered the group, and then we go straight to, actually, this is related to Kiwi Farms. This is the same as Kiwi Farms. Poison, 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 poison. Siffy is correct that there is a lot of absolute schizophrenia surrounding Sweet Baby on the critic side, but this is very common, fairly unavoidable. We looked at one of the schizos ourselves the other day. The ultra fox person on Twitter, a Christian-esque figure. The conversation around Sweet Baby Inc. has ignited a fundamentally misinformed, Gamergate-esque firestorm. Absolutely incorrect. That stuff is Tinder. That's Tinder. What ignited it is what the employees did. Its employees have faced rampant harassment as a direct result. Oh no. What a shame. As a direct result of what? Industry figures have had to deny allegations that Sweet Baby Inc. comes in and completely changes their games. Oh no! I spoke with several employees of Sweet Baby Inc. to learn what the company actually does and how the misunderstanding of its role in the industry highlights a far broader problem. Well, perhaps the role is limited. Now, the CEO is on tape expressing her upset that they aren't allowed to do more. That they aren't able to do everything they want, that they aren't able to achieve their goals. Doesn't mean they don't have them. What bad actors think companies like Sweet Baby Inc. do? If they think the company does it, are they a bad actor? The games industry has had its fair share of struggles lately. from massive layoffs to wildly expensive games like Suicide Squad falling short of expectations. Good. According to the loudest members of the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord. Right. You thought Sweet Baby Inc. was a toddler tattoo shop. It might still be. It might still be. Hyper Turbo Fox 17 was in the comments of my last video, by the way. Nice. Challenge for chat. Challenge for chat. Why do you go to the Discord? No, there are for real people who believe the swirl is a pedo. There are people who believe the swirl in the baby logo is like them doing pedo signaling. Which I think is fucking schizo. What is correct is that the logo is and the name are fucking weird and creepy. That, however, is correct. In case the curator page gets deleted, no. The real meme is that, look at the numbers. Steam Group has 100,000 followers. The Discord has 2,000. They're selecting for the most engaged, which are also likely going to be online. You get enough people, there are going to be fucking schizos. There are going to be insane people. They're fishing for insanity. They're fishing for insanity. It also, you know, you can to be fair, Discord's an easier venue to get people one-on-one, which is sort of what they want. But we're actually going to jump onto the pedo allegations in a different way in a moment. According to the loudest members of this, look, the swirl in the baby is not a secret pedo signal, but their logo is absolutely a raped baby with semen in its belly. That's what it is. Undeniable. I have seen that spoon. And I will be mentioning part of it in a moment. According to the loudest members of the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord, the company is directly responsible for those failures, not the studios that employed them in the first place, because of the content Sweet Baby allegedly forces into games. Okay, why do I care what someone in the Discord says? If Sweet Baby is nothing, and nothing to think about, why the fuck should I care about some people in a Discord? Dun-dun-dun. We've got a tweet here. Hidden Machine says, the prevailing theory is that if it weren't Sweet Baby, Saga Anderson would have been portrayed by a white woman. Is that true? Well, it's impossible to say, but does it matter? Melanie Libbard did a great job in the role. It's absolutely not true, says Kyle Rowley. I don't know what the fuck any of this is. Turbo Fox really responded. Lamau. Alright. Even games that are widely considered to be successes are not safe from these conspiracy theories. Are we going to get on to how she talked to people? Alan Wake 2 game director Kyle Rowley took to X on March 3rd to dispel rumors that Sweet Baby was the reason protagonist Saga Anderson was black. A rumor first traced back to the aforementioned October 2023 Kiwi Farms post. People have been saying stuff about Alan Wake 2 and suspected racial motivations for a while, right? It's absolutely not true, Rowley wrote, but Rowley's concise statement have not silenced the conspiracy theorists. Okay, so the only reason this is blown up, there are people saying shit constantly online. The only reason this blew up is because of the behavior of the people who work for/with Sweet Baby. If it's been months of people discussing this, why would this coverage happen now? They're pretending. On March 5th, I managed to spend an hour or so in the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Discord before I was booted from the space, likely because I identified myself as a Kotaku journalist. In it, members shared posts referencing Feminist Frequency founder Anita Sarkeesian, Marcus Aurelius quotes, and pictures of idealized female bodies in games! Ah! Horrifying. Horrifying. Now, I have said that people go way too far with, yes, Sweet Baby, weird fucking name. Logo, combo, looks creepy. Doesn't mean they're a secret pedo cult signaling to pedos, okay? But people do need to stop doing, like, pedo-y things. A lot of kids play video games. A lot of minors play video games, okay? A lot of minors use Discord. I would suggest that it is bad etiquette to go into a Discord for people who are hyper-engaged with games, presumably many of whom are going to be minors. Use your face and name and say shit like, is there a reason why many of you don't have your names/pictures associated with your accounts on here? I don't know. I feel like that's bad vibes. Personally. I would never do this. Now, I'm sure, clearly, her intent is not to pick up a child or get a child to send her photos or name themselves. She has much more wholesome motivations, such as fucking over someone's life for not liking a company she likes. But still, not best behavior. Not best behavior. One image showed several pictures of the protagonist Eve from Korean developer ShiftUp's upcoming action game, Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade! Juxtaposed against female characters from Overwatch, Forspoken and Life is Strange. Embrace tradition, reject modernity, is emblazoned on the collage. Do people actually read Kotaku? Is that real? Does someone read this paragraph and have... Thanks for explaining the pictures. Thanks for explaining the meme. Thanks for telling me what memes people share in video game discords. Weird. If this is real, this is super scary. Oh, Hypo Turbo Fox has a new newsflash. Newsflash, the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. is actually a pro-BLM supporter. Fucking exposed. A organization who is using black people to buy mansion to themselves after tricking the whole entire black population to use their money. I'm shocked. I, for one, am shocked that the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. supports Black Lives Matter. This is what I'm saying. When something is going on the internet and you want to scoop stuff, if you want to get an idea of what's up, or realistically, if Kotaku wants to paint things however they want, someone exists that they can scoop out and say, hey, this thing is that, look at this crazy person. Of course there are fucking bonkers people. Quote, almost 2K members, there are already a bunch of infiltrated people here, screenshotting everything, sadly. So just keep it cool, brothers. We can't let this server or the Steam group get taken down. That's all I ask. Keep it cool. Yeah. This is perfectly reasonable and is not suspicious. When you have something that is suddenly amassing tons and tons of members, it's really hard to have it not go crazy. Right? It's really hard to have it not go wild. And whenever you're fucking with anything in gaming, any of the special children, the sacred cows, you know Kotaku's gonna try and defend them. You know Kotaku's gonna try and defend them. So this is a reasonable thing to say, or at least a reasonable concern, that some of these retards are gonna fuck things up for you. They're gonna provide something that can be used to fuck over everyone. Because that's what they do. That's what Kotaku does. That's what Polygon does. That's what PC Gamer will try to do. That's what all the fucking danger hairs on Twitter do. They pick a schizo and go, whole thing needs to be shut down. You've got schizos. All of you are responsible for this. You have to be stopped. That is what read a post from March 4th, which was shared again on March 5th. Sure. Several people in the Discord expressed concerns about glowies. Very reasonable concern. Now, I'll keep reading this. A term coined by members of the far right for those suspected of being federal law enforcement officials or their informants attempting to infiltrate their online spaces and set them up for legal consequences. They don't literally mean the FBI is in there. They mean you fuckers are in there. Gonna deliberately cause problems. They mean there are gonna be trolls in there deliberately saying extreme stuff that can be used to shut them down. This happens all the time when anything blows up. Two members and again, people have pointed to the creator of the curator page on Twitter saying, and he did say this, hey guys, please don't talk to any press. Some people have said, oh, doesn't that look suspicious? Doesn't that look weird? No. Because there's always, when you have thousands of people, going to be insane people, and the journalists will try to pick at that. Also true. It will be fabricated. That's why I'm saying the glowy comment is reasonable. Hey, the glowy comment itself is being used to go, ooh, this is some far-right stuff. Two members that spoke with me via Discord DM shared similar sentiments about why they believe the Steam page and subsequent Discord are important, so they can identify games that were developed with support from Sweet Baby Inc. and make a quote-unquote informed decision when purchasing them. Yeah, that's fine. Literally doesn't matter why they want to do that. You can't go, sorry, your reason for not wanting to buy these games, not good enough. You have to buy them all now. $70 times 10. You have to buy all of the latest releases that Sweet Baby worked on. You're not allowed to know what they worked on. Fucking shut the fuck up. Sweet Baby Inc. is a symptom of other ideological worldviews. Ideological worldviews. That I believe have taken hold of the Western world media and gaming as a whole, a 31-year-old member of the Discord told me. Right. Did a 31-year-old member of the Discord tell you that, or did someone who said they're 31 tell you that? There's something of a difference. He also insisted, without providing evidence, that Sweet Baby Inc. adds race and identity group quotas to everything they are involved with. This is a drama video pretending to be journalism. This is me picking out a dumb fuck to laugh at. Someone who's going too far. This isn't reporting, this isn't news. Sweet Baby Inc. isn't forcing diversity. It's happening naturally. They literally say that's what they want to do. Or rather, the CEO literally says it needs to be pushed. The CEO, as we watched, advocates for employees of these studios to push the marketing department to recognize that it's dangerous not to consider this, not to put aside funds for consultants to come in. And in that same talk, she advocates we need to start pushing, ignoring what would be natural, appealing to whoever you think is the demographic that's largest or the one you can milk the most money out of, and instead go, oh, fuck them. Fuck them. We need to pick tiny demographics and go, we want to make this group happy. And accept that, hey, if they don't like it, they're losing. Oh, they absolutely do want to force it. The CEO lamented that a game like Mass Effect gives choice. She lamented that there's a character creator and that you can make any character you want, instead wanting it to be particular racial combinations. That's advocating forced diversity, even though ironically it's less diverse if you do that. Though these kinds of social media posts argue that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. somehow force game studios to include diverse characters and storylines, the reality is vastly different. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design company, meaning most of its work is focused on writing stories and dialogue. Right, this is incorrect. Them being a narrative design company does not mean that most of its work is focused on writing stories and dialogue. It might be the case now, but in the talk by the CEO in 2019 for GDC, she actually complained that, despite being a narrative design company, they were primarily used for risk management and sensitivity reading. Them being a narrative design company does not mean that most of their work is that. It means perhaps that they want it to be, does not mean that it is, and the CEO complained about that. Don't worry, we're going to look at their talk that is more recent and see if things changed from 2019. They are not a DEI consultancy firm. That's not what they're called. That absolutely is what they do. The CEO literally says people will hire them to ask if something is offensive or not. She wasn't happy about it. She'd rather they came to her and ask, what do you want us to put in our game? What do you want us to make? That's what she wants. That's what she's pushing for and desires. Which is what people are saying they do. So it regardless of what they're doing now, it absolutely is the case that they want to be doing that. But on top of it, they have absolutely functioned as a DEI consultancy firm. That's what the risk management stuff is. That is what the CEO is describing when she says people will hire them just to ask, is this offensive? Should we change it? Regarding racial things. That means they ensure a game's plot points make logical sense and are satisfying to the players, and that characters speak and behave in consistent ways. That's not what they say they do. Indeed, Spoon. Good point. True. Another specific example from the CEO was, a studio was like, we want more diversity, let's add a French person. The CEO gave us an example of something they do, suggesting, can we at least make them a person of color? That's not narrative design. That's diversity advice. That's DEI consultancy. Narrative designers may also provide a final round of polish like a Hollywood script doctor. Sure. Are we doing the meme where they say they're this, so they are this? Please. Please. Stop it. For example, the team worked on Suicide Squad long after the story was written, and even then they joined just to write in-game ads, audio logs, and NPC barks. Right. CEO Kim Belair tells me over a video call. She continues. Sweet Baby is, at its core, a narrative development company. That means anything from script writing to narrative design to narrative direction to story reviews. One of the things that we do offer is cultural consultations. Or authenticity consultations. Authenticity of what? For us, that generally means that we might be asked to look at a story if there's a character in it who is marginalized in a certain way, and the studio wants us to connect them with a consultant who can bring a little bit of authenticity. That sounds like DEI consultancy. But the perspective is never that we're coming in and injecting diversity. Except, now granted, this talk is from 2019, except when the CEO does and says, could they at least be a person of color? For the most part, it's the reverse. You go in and you suck out diversity? For the most part, Sweet Baby is a company that comes in and sucks out diversity. What does that mean? It's that a company has created a character and they want to make that character more representative and more interesting. More representative of what? And how is that the opposite of injecting diversity? That doesn't even make sense though. Sweet Baby co-founder David Bedard adds that, contrary to popular belief, the people making these games want to make the experience better for all players, and that more diversity and representation is a byproduct of that. If this is true, why wouldn't people be going for more diversity being injected? Detractors would rather believe that there's a shadowy cabal of people forcing them to put that stuff in. They would rather believe a make-believe fairy tale than accept that. Sorry, can I just remind people? There is a video of the CEO saying she recommends turning people black. And in the same video, she recommends to the devs she's talking to that they, quote, terrify marketing departments into recognizing that they need consultancies like hers. That's not technically forcing. They're not literally threatening to kill them so they do it. It is pushing to get more of it by means that are not just, oh, it's more fun, so we do that. It's using a stick. It's manipulating them into doing it. Through fear. They would rather believe a make-believe fairy tale than accept that. Or, to be fair. To be as fair as possible, they're trying to do that. They're recommending doing that. They want that to be what occurs. Perhaps they're not as successful as they would like to be. Okay? Of course, it's worth noting, it's not just that a company like Sweet Baby does that. There's like a relationship. Where does the fear come from regarding all these companies wanting to do risk management, wanting sensitivity reading? It comes from the games press making them scared. Games press makes them scared. Companies like Sweet Baby, as people in chat are noticing, there are many like them. It's true what this article is saying. They offer the solution to that. Oh, we'll make it so that you're safe. And then if anyone goes after these sort of companies, the games press will protect them. What will be interesting to see is, why is the games press protecting them? So the games press has a reason to whip up controversy because that gets attention, right? That also creates a niche for sensitivity readers, which, as the CEO said, she always offered in 2019. I couldn't imagine that has changed. So the games press creates a niche for them, they fill that niche, and then the games press protects them. Why the protection? It'll be interesting to see if there are any connections. Blah, blah, blah. Making something more representative and more joyful for a marginalized person in a video game is not a zero-sum game. It doesn't make anything worse for the male character in the game for the white character in the game. They're not real people. Nothing's good or bad for them. I don't even wrap my head around this. What do you mean? I don't care about the characters' like well-being. What a weird way to present it. The white pretend people don't lose out. What the fuck do you mean? The assumption that team members at Sweet Baby Inc., or any marginalized person for that matter, can only offer up content that is based on their identity is incredibly frustrating for the team. If you're going to do shit that isn't related to it, why would someone hire a specialist group that focuses on marginalized people? That's your selling point, though. That's the point of view. That's why you exist again. And for marginalized industry members at large, people can't imagine that we might do anything else but DEI, Belair says. They can't imagine that we're just talented writers, that we're talented narrative designers, and that people are hiring us because we tell good stories. I don't think you'd be a consultancy firm if that were true. I think you'd all be working as writers. Because we collaborate well and because we write video games. They have to diminish our accomplishments to our identities. The sell of Sweet Baby, the way it's been bigged up by Sweet Baby itself is, we are a door for marginalized people into the industry. That's your gimmick. You made it like that. The CEO said specifically, using that, they're able to offer sensitivity reading. This very article talks about their ability to offer, authenticity consultation from people of the identities represented in a game. That's why. How are you going to complain about this? They can't imagine that the work I did on Spider-Man was story work versus adding pride flags. You know? So? Despite the intensity of the backlash over the... Backlash to what? Over the past few weeks, they're really going to pretend that this is all popping off without the employees pointing to that guy on Steam. They're really pretending that this was all popping off like that over weeks. It's been like this for weeks, guys. There was no inciting incident. There was no apologies for my pronunciation. Casus belli, whatever. There was no inciting incident. It's just been like this. It's been like this since October. This is all Kiwi Farms. The companies they work with haven't been scared off. They've actually offered advice and best practices for how to move forward. Practices they have developed after facing harassment of their own, Belair tells me. With that kind of support in their corner and a shared love for writing good stories, the team at Sweet Baby Inc. is determined to forge on and keep working on a litany of games. Litany. Both announced and under wraps. We are a narrative company. That primarily is our work. Maybe now. We'll see. In the past, the CEO was literally bitching that it isn't, and that people only want them for risk management. We are not censors. We have no interest in false diversity or in tokenization. What's false diversity? We have an interest in making stories better and making characters more interesting, and in developing a stronger language around narrative design. Those are the things that we are really passionate about, Belair says towards the end of our conversation. If you're going to come for my work, you can do that. We have consent, boys. We got to go into all the game stores and start nutting. We're going to use Sweet Baby Inc. Detected to just come all over their work, right? If someone says I wrote a story and you say it's not good, that's totally fine. But if you're going to come for me, at least come correct. Don't be loud and wrong. Okay, tell us everything you did. Tell us everything you did. After chatting with Sweet Baby Inc., I returned to my Discord DM with one of the members of the group rallying against them. With the help of Belair's own words, I explained what SBI actually does. Its core focus on narrative work, and how DEI is only a small part of their remit. Okay. Remit, even. Hang on. I was told something earlier. They're not a DEI consultancy firm. They do these things, they do those things. Okay? Oh. But wait. Actually, it's only a small part. Guys, they don't do any DEI consultancy. That's not what they are. They're not a DEI consultancy company. Oh, they only do a little bit. It's only a small part of their remit. Oh, only half is DEI stuff. Guys, they really want to be doing narrative design, but only 75% still is DEI stuff, okay? Its core focus on narrative work and how DEI is only a small part of their remit. He wouldn't budge. With all due respect, it really just seems like the same thing to me. Based, but just a bit more hands-on in the writing process. The end goal is to insert DEI-type stuff into the project they are working on. Which, if you listen to the CEO, that is what she says she desires to do. She wants to be asked, as someone with a particular skin color, what she wants to see in a game regarding having people who look like her. And she wants other groups like her, whatever she counts as, I don't know. I'd just call her, like, spicy white. But they might be failing to do it as much as they want to. But when you have a CEO saying that's what you want to do, how are you going to argue against this? How are you going to argue against this? You never heard the term spicy white before. Sweet Baby Inc. and other industry leaders suggest that this dogged insistence on believing one company is forcibly injecting diversity into games is a side effect of a widespread misunderstanding of how games are actually made. True, if you genuinely think that all of what's happening is Sweet Baby, true, you're wrong. It's happening though. It's happening though. It's also the games press. Multiple other companies, factions within development studios and publishers. Yeah. Until the industry is more willing to openly discuss development processes, the lack of transparency will continue to be used as a straw man for bad faith arguments. Right, but if it's happening because they misunderstand how games are actually made, they're not doing it in bad faith. You've just argued that they're ignorant, not that they're being dishonest. Do people not fucking... This is the worst thing Kotaku's ever done. Stop it. The lack of transparency will continue to be used as strong for bad faith arguments that characterize DEI as an imposition by nefarious unseen forces rather than an effort to cultivate a more accurate reflection of the world around us. You just said it's not natural! They just said it at the end. Why is that good? Why is that good? Why do games have to be a more accurate reflection of the world around us? Why does that have to be pushed? What do you mean? So it is an effort. It is something being imposed. You're just saying it's good. Within. It is also true that is not how any of these people describe it. They do not describe it as a more accurate reflection of the world around us. Otherwise, they'd have no problem with it mostly being white in American games. But... or white. In the space of one article, they went from, it's not happening, it's happening a bit, and now at the end they say, oh yeah, people are doing it, it's happening and it's good. Normally this happens over like months or years. It happened in one article. It happened within the space of a single fucking article. Jesus Christ. Holy balls. You think people are trying to force diversity? Actually, it's an effort to make sure there's our idea of diversity in every game. Yes, that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying it is. Just in different words. Fuck me. It is pedantry. Jesus Christ. Whew. Right. I'm going to try and take a peep at another video that is about these people. We'll see how this goes. I've been told. So I skimmed this video and thought it wouldn't be good. But I have been told that this video is actually nuclear. I've been informed by one or two people that this video is nuclear. I don't know if it's true. No games today? We'll probably do the Thaumaturge for the end. Or we'll play Backpack Battles at the end. Worse than the GDC? I don't know. People described it as popping off. The CEO talk we watched the other day was from 2019. You may have seen Asmongold's video on it, perhaps. He said it's from 2021. That is not correct. It was uploaded on GDC's channel in 2021. The talk is from 2019. So perhaps some people said the card video had nukes too. I don't think anyone fucking said that. I saw people coping about it. I didn't see anyone say it had nukes. Let's be fair again. Okay. The video we watched of the CEO, where she said all the stuff people say about Sweet Baby, and confirmed that all is true, is from 2019. Maybe since then, it's actually totally changed. Well, Billy Donuts says, quote, accurate reflection of the world around us in a fantasy world that shouldn't mirror ours in the slightest. You can do realistic game, but that's one kind of setting. There's no reason that that's a good thing to be in every product. That's just one way of doing things. Like there's no good or bad to it. It's just taste. To push for that is a weird, unnatural thing. Oh, baby. Zimp, 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 zimp. It really pisses me off. The ignoring of the inciting incident. And I think that pisses a lot of people off. I think that and the inciting incident itself is the nicest thing to focus on as your core. There's a reason the journalists hide that happened. There's a reason they want to minimize it and hide it. Because I think it's indefensible. It's absolutely indefensible.
Two, those are the games they worked on. That's awesome. So we're going to talk about the Sweet Baby Inc. story, and I will back out and take it away.
Thank you.
GAW004. This will pop up, but I'm going to say it now. SB dissolves and employees go to ally companies. Yeah, if, let's say hypothetically, Sweet Baby was wiped. Everyone who works with them would just be absorbed elsewhere. There are people who are delusional or just haven't thought about it for 5 seconds and are like, we need to destroy Sweet Baby and then games will be good. No, but that's gonna happen because people don't have all day to think about this stuff. There are gonna be a ton of people who work a 9 to 5 and play a little bit of games and they're like, damn, my games fucking suck now. I used to buy a game and enjoy playing it, now I don't. What is this Sweet Baby shit? Ah, they're fucking weird freaks. This must be it. Destroy them. Right? Only one head of the Hydra. Not a huge fan of that analogy because it's broader than that. It's even broader than that.
Okay, hello. Yeah, we're here to talk about Sweet Baby Inc., our narrative development.
Sweet Baby is kind of like and all these companies are kind of vultures. These exist because they're taking advantage of an environment that was already worked on and massaged and created by Games Press.
Development company, and kind of tell you a little bit about how we came to be, what we do, and kind of how we got to here, with a hope of kind of talking through our work methods, our strategy, and our vision, and kind of how it's gotten us to this point.
So this is everything. There's simultaneously random. I don't know if symptoms the right thing to say. Hang on.
Got 004 fed the streamer $2 Superberry. SP dissolves and employees go to ally companies.
Yeah. Symptom is probably not a terminology I'd go for, because they are taking advantage of a problem and an issue. But they're not just a symptom, because they're also a cause of other problems. They're also a cause of other symptoms, right? And they are deliberately so. Because consider the talk from 2019 in which Kim Belair encourages people to enact structural change in their companies, right? To terrify marketing, to get them to reallocate budget. That's them also being a cause, potentially, or at least trying to be.
Point as a kind of unusual company. So to start out,
as people are listing all these things they do, that I found very striking. People pick up on the word terrify, and that they say terrify them, but also bear in mind what that quote is about. That is the CEO of this company trying to have an impact on the budget allocation of developers and or publishers. That's an interesting thing to be trying to do as an outside force, isn't it?
We just wanted to answer the question, who is Sweet Baby Inc.? And have you meet the baby, which may look surprising.
That's really creepy.
Surprisingly like a large collection of adults. So Sweet Baby begins with kind of our vision and our mission. We are a fully self-funded narrative consulting company and narrative development company.
Right. This was streamed 5 months ago. They're not a DEI consultancy. First paragraph, first slide. They want to make things more inclusive. What does that mean? Kotaku just told me they are not a DEI consultancy.
And our goal overall is to tell better stories. We want to make stories in games better. We want to tell them better.
Sorry, hang on, what does DEI stand for? Let me just double check. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. They are not a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultancy. Their goal is to make games more inclusive. So Kotaku lied. You can see it right before your eyes. You can say it's good. You can say you like that. If you say they're not that, you're fucking lying. That's not an opinion. That's just something that is not true, and you have lied. And, sorry, Kotaku is a journalistic outlet. I'm not going to go, oh, they just didn't know. No, they know.
We want to help teams understand, the complexities of narrative design and how they can tell better stories. And we also want to make them more innovative, more inclusive as kind of part of that.
Oh, thank you, CEO, for specifying that your narrative design work comes bundled with DEI. Fundamentally. Also, what is a better story? What's an example of... Have they ever told anyone how they made a story better? I saw the schizo explanation of a dating sim in the CEO's talk in 2019, but I haven't seen anything else.
We started off in 2018 after both of us as co-founders did a bunch of years in the industry that we'll talk about a little bit later. And we have grown to be a team of 16 people from starting at 3 in 2018. We really work hard to not only do the work that we do in narrative and in storytelling, but also
they work hard to not only do the work that they do in narrative and storytelling. So the things Kotaku say is pretty much all they do, is not the only thing they do. What else do they do?
Also to help marginalized talent break into the industry, sustain careers in the industry, and navigate the industry, because it's a very, very challenging one. And as creative workers, we're always very conscious.
So they are super DEI. You can say it's good and you like it. Why the fuck would you say they're not?
Of how much of our humanity is involved in these kinds of this kind of work, and how much that needs protection if we're going to be able to do the best kind of work. So there's a lot of different stuff that we're tackling with an aim to kind of change the way we think about narrative development and change narrative development moving forward. I'll introduce myself first.
They say all this, and in the Kotaku article, Kim Belair is quoted as complaining that people see them as only being able to do things from this perspective or related to this. But that's the whole point of their existence. She's even saying it here.
Then hand over to David. I am Kim Belair. I'm a writer and a narrative designer, a narrative director, and team lead of lots of different.
If these avatars join your Discord, someone's getting molested.
Titles that I wear, but they're all underneath CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. right now. My prior experience, I worked at Ubisoft. I worked at another company after that, and was always internal, but in 2018 kind of made the decision to both leave games and not leave games, leave in working internally in games and kind of start my own thing and see if I could kind of do the creative work and work with games without being in that same position. David?
Yeah, hi, I'm David. I'm the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. Much like him, I worked at Ubisoft and IDOS before that.
I've criticized people for being schizo and saying schizo things. Please forgive me, I have to say something really schizo. This is insane. This David Bedard guy gives off the vibes that he has like a tampon collection. I have no fucking idea why that thought came to my mind. It just...
a lot of time in games marketing, and after we met on a project together, and Kim had this great project of like leading internal gigs. And
like, I'm imagining him having like a makeup stand with just like 100 different tampon brands, individual tampons lined up. I feel like he must have that in his house. It's in, I'm telling you, like it...
Sort of fun.
It's divine revelation. God himself beamed this knowledge into my head.
This company that is aiming to work differently.
Thank you, Sage. Everyone fire off a huge salvo, please.
Differently as an external partner for all these wonderful game projects, decided to take the leap and become a COO. So since then, COO is sort of the abbreviation of like the 15 hats I wear every day at work. So it goes from narrative design to creative direction to production and everything in between. But yeah, worked on Sleeping Dogs, Deus Ex, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and since then, since Sweet Baby, worked on Sable and made a bunch of games for Playdate, for Panic.
Sage, you have to tell me where I can send the rocks, by the way. I'm going to be in the city soonish, which is where I'll send them from. So I'll have an opportunity.
And a bunch of other titles. We'll go through all of that later.
Yeah.
That's me.
I think the cartoon is meant to be him, yeah.
We also, of course, work with a phenomenal team of a variety of different people.
I saw this on Chud's stream, but he cut off the bottom. Jesus. These avatars are not good. I feel like choosing to represent yourselves like this immediately calls your taste into question, and their job is taste. Nah, I replace my brain rocks every now and then. They build up from resin that develops.
We think it's a really, really unique team, and obviously all teams are unique in that way. And I think what we really pride ourselves on is having a really truly multidisciplinary crew of creatives from across different industries. We have writers, authors, narrative designers, producers, at least one chef who also does narrative design with us, some artists, and it's really important for us to be thinking about that and to think about how we approach that. And we really, really value the fact that like all these different people working together are able to work as a team on many, many different projects, see different challenges, solve them together. And as such, everyone, I think, on this team, beyond just, the sweet baby of it all, are becoming kind of industry leaders and really powerful thinkers and workers in their own.
Everyone on their team is becoming an industry leader. That I'm aware of it, like referring to companies, and that's what's coming up in Google. That comes off to me as a claim of influence. She's just made a massive claim of influence. But when people outside make a claim of massive influence, they're schizo conspiracy theorists. Why isn't Kim Belair a schizo for saying they're all becoming industry leaders? Perhaps she means they're all becoming, some of the best people in their fields? Or how else would you say that? What would you say? Industry leaders.
Right. And together we have worked on, just kind of give a sense of it, like a ton of different projects. Some of our clients are pictured on the next slide. Here, we just worked with a lot of different people in a lot of different capacities.
Maybe she means in consulting? Maybe. But if they mean that, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for people to point at Sweet Baby over other companies that do consulting.
We do everything from kind of script writing to narrative direction to sensitivity and representational and inclusive reading.
Polytron is Phil Fish, right?
We do kind of story punch-ups, script doctoring, whatever touches story, we'll do it. And we've done it for a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. But I think before we kind of start talking about the story of us, in order to kind of contextualize it and make it relevant / interesting, let's just talk through what it is that we do and how we do it right now. And then we'll go through kind of our history and the learnings that we've had as a...
I love that there's a YouTube chat and the only message has been, how do you consider neurodiversity when thinking of inclusion?
Kind of unique right now team moving through an industry that is always full of chaos.
Right. So as Kim said, contextualizing what we do right now every day.
Okay. As of 5 months ago, this is what they are doing. No more outdated 2019 video. Let's be super fair, okay? The Guardian has made... No, they fucking haven't. Shut up. Fuck off. Keeza McDonald. It's 10 years since Gamergate. The industry must now stand up to far-right trolls. Holy shit. Guys, do not TOS. Do not be the glowy that gets me in trouble when you see the author's picture, okay? Thank you. Right. I have to jump to this. It's me in a wig. I'm playing both sides. I'm playing both sides, so I always come up on top. All right. So, do I have to go back in time? The thing that kicked off Gamergate, that hashtag Gamergate, came about because of an article called Gamers Don't Have to Be Your Audience, Gamers Are Over, and a slew of other articles that were rapidly released that echoed it. And something very significant about that article wasn't just that, oh, the game industry's more diverse, we have to appeal to all these different people. Because look, all these people have come into the games industry. Never mind that that means actually it appeals to them anyway. They then went on to say, we have to clamp down on online platforms. Spaces need to be moderated more heavily. People forget about that. People forget about that. A huge part of it was all these outlets coming together and saying, we need to stomp on people, we need to restrict what people can say. That was part of the spark. And that's what we have again. That's really why it's similar to Gamergate, because of the Sweet Baby Inc. employees, contractors, whatever they are, calling to have this guy nuked off Steam, to have the curator page he made nuked off Steam. So, this looks like we're going even further in that direction. It's 10 years since Gamergate. The industry must now stand up to far-right trolls. I can't remember if Lee Alexander was the first. Yeah. Wait, which Baldwin? Oh my god. Adam Baldwin coined the Gamergate hashtag, which came from the Gamers Are Dead stuff. Yes. Perhaps I should get... that classic article up. We can do a comparison possibly, because the Gamers Are Over article was calling upon the gaming industry to shut down the kind of people games journalists didn't like. That's what it was that set it off. Conspiracy theorists are still routinely targeting and abusing women and woke game consultants. Equivalent categories of individual, woman and woke game consultant. The two genders. With a small studio currently under fire, the games industry silence is deafening. Small? Literal small number of people. Who are their clients? They're pretty damn large. They're pretty damn large. Is that going to be mentioned? 10 years ago, a game developer's aggrieved ex-boyfriend published a vindictive screed accusing her of trading sex for favorable reviews of her indie game. I'm not sure that happened. Did Aaron's post say that? This was leapt upon by the least savory corner of the 2014 internet, 4chan, and kicked off a harassment campaign that broadened to include all women working in video game development or the gaming press, as well as the industry's LGBTQ+ community. This is schizophrenia. This is mental illness. Sensing blood in the water, alt-right agitators on YouTube and Steve Bannon's Breitbart jumped on the bandwagon and soon began to steer it. And Gamergate, as this manufactured outrage became known, mutated into one of the first fronts of the modern culture wars, driven by social media, misogyny, and the weaponized disaffection of young men. Many of its tactics became part of the Trump election playbook. This is a fantastic story. This is a nice blend of truth. Because a major issue was that the inclusion of people like Milo, we're not to mention Milo there. Because Milo's pretty hated. You can mention Steve Bannon and Milo if you want to get maximized hate. Milo's inclusion was actually controversial within the people who would call themselves pro-G or Gamergaters. That was a huge schism. That caused huge schisming during the Gamergate times. Silly, insane perspective. This week, a 16-person narrative design studio has found itself at the center of a conspiracy theory that holds it responsible for the insidious prevalence of wokery in modern video games. So who do they work with? And what does the CEO say they do? Anything like that? Oh, Milo is absolutely an opportunist. Milo Yiannopoulos is very blatantly, transparently an opportunist. Look at what he did before Gamergate stuff. And look at what he said. Look at how his opinions morph. A group with more than 200,000 followers on PC game storefront Steam, as well as thousands in a Discord chat channel, believes that Sweet Baby Inc. is secretly forcing game developers to change the bodies, ethnicities, and sexualities of video game characters to conform to woke ideology. They want to, have stated that they will try to. People overstate their success. People overstate the degree to which they are solely responsible, or whatever. Who cares what a bunch of people online are saying, right? There are going to be a bunch of people wrong all the time. All the time. There is a phenomenon. That's pretty undeniable. Sweet Baby wants to do. If you can listen to the CEO, and remember, it's a small company, only 16 people, so it's easier for the CEO to be representative of everyone, as claimed. She wants to and has done things like said, oh, you added a French character? Why not make them black? Regardless of your feelings about it or opinion on it, they have said that's what they do and want to do. They think that Sweet Baby has written and controlled almost every popular video game of the past 5 years, shutting straight white men out. No, they don't. As Trump once... I don't think even the most crazy person thinks that. Is even the most schizo person saying almost every popular video game is controlled by Sweet Baby? In fact, specifically, a curator exists that we're talking about that identifies all of the ones Sweet Baby works on. So even if you were going to say, people say Sweet Baby totally controls these games, it would be limited to that, right? This article isn't even internally consistent. Fair enough, Double L7 is saying that. True. They think the Sweet Baby is written blah, blah, blah. As Trump once again heads out on the campaign trail, this is part of a broader far-right panic about diversity and inclusion that has already resulted in proposed regressive anti-women and anti-woke legislation in the US and elsewhere. This is insane mental illness. These people are going to destroy themselves. This is actually unhealthy. Someone should have stopped Kiza and, get this woman some, what's a good antidepressant? Get this woman some Xanax, dude. What's a good antipsychotic? Forget that. The agency in question has, of course, done nothing of the sort. It is simply a narrative development studio, the video game equivalent of strip doctors. Hey, that's what the Kotaku article said. Do you want to know something cool? Nathan Grayson, the journalist who was sleeping with a game developer, and wrote about that developer. He has his own publication now, his little online publication. Something really weird in his article about this. He said exactly what Sweet Baby said about themselves, that they don't sand corners off things, and instead, create something new. It was very weird to read. Makes me suspect, perhaps, he's not even really the sole author of his piece. Weird, right? Do you want a little bit of a history lesson? Do you want to know what we learned about in Gamergate? Journalists, game journalists, and journalists who write for sites like Guardian, have a tendency to form private groups together, wherein they discuss what and how to cover what. They talk about what's the right way to cover something to support a person they have connections to. Did you know that in one of these private groups, a bunch of games journalists discussed sending flowers to the game dev journalist Nathan Grayson had a relationship with? Isn't that weird? People who cover an industry and people who are part of that industry having such a connection that they really want to be private? That's really, really suspect and unprofessional. Strange. Anyway, that works with video game developers to ensure... Wouldn't it be strange if there was a group like that right now where they discussed exactly the phrasing they were going to use in their articles, and that's why they're echoing and mirroring each other? But, of course, it doesn't really matter if they have a group like that or not, because they are very clearly looking at each other's articles and echoing it. PC Gamer cited the Kotaku article. Isn't it weird, the exclusion across all of them of what the Sweet Baby Inc. employees did, of how they tried to sick people on an individual to get him wiped off Steam? Weird. I wonder if this article will include it. Anyway, works with game developers to ensure their plots make sense and their characters aren't embarrassingly out of touch. Their plots make sense and oh, isn't this weirdly similar phrasing to the Kotaku article? That's really weird. The consultancy's mission statement is to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive. It cannot dictate the developer's feature, for example, black female leads in their games. So, it can pressure them. It can encourage employees to manipulate and, quote, terrify marketing departments to reallocate funds to hiring companies like Sweet Baby so that they can get in earlier and have more influence. Right? That mechanism itself is insidious regardless of what they're using it to do. It does not have the power to dictate anything, but its employees are nonetheless bearing the brunt of an online mob's ire. They're being doxxed, threatened, and abused online. I ain't seen no docs. I feel like I would have. Also, if they're recommending dog shit and they're being trusted and the companies are accepting dog shit, why is that good? Is that good? Is that fine? 10 years ago, it was female games journalists and critics in the firing line. I love this, though. Okay. So this is delusional. Again, mental illness, not real, a lie. But I love this lie because Gamergate was so good, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted to a male games journalist. People would abuse the fuck out of them, genuinely do fucking horrible things to them, dox them, threaten them in real life. And they'd complain about it. And they'd be yelled at for complaining. It was so good. It was so good. It was just open season on male games journalists. Might happen again. I'm not suggesting you do anything. I'm just letting you know that because they have to paint their opponents as only targeting women and being all about women, it means if anything happens to men on their side, they have to shut up and take it. It's so cucked and funny. This time it's narrative designers. But the conspiracists' message is the same. Diversity has no place in games. If that were the message, it would be incredibly based, but it's not. If you are a woman, queer, or a person of Oh! Sorry, I thought they were listing genders. If you're a woman, a queer, woman, queer, or a person of color working in this industry, you should expect the worst. That someone will make a list of your achievements on Steam? That someone will list all the things you worked on? That's the worst? People knowing what you've worked on is the worst? I guess if you worked on Suicide Squad, as Sweet Baby advised on, that would be the worst. I'd feel pretty bad about being credited. Nathan Grayson of Aftermath and Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku have both investigated the origins and sprawling nature of the Sweet Baby conspiracy theory. Am I out of my mind? What's the name of that weird girl? The girl who made the shit visual, Zoe Quinn. Was it Nathan Grayson and Zoe Quinn, or was it someone else? It was. Okay. So Nathan Grayson is the guy who had a relationship with Zoe Quinn. I read Zoe Quinn's book. It makes it sound like he helped her get an abortion. But I'm not sure. She does talk about getting an abortion and it being Aaron's. And it lines up with some stuff, but right. Here's something very weird. 10 years ago, a game developer's aggrieved ex-boyfriend published a vindictive screed accusing her of trading sex for favorable reviews of her indie game. I don't think that happened in the vindictive screed. Grayson was mentioned, though. Their relationship was mentioned, and from there, people figured there was an issue. Isn't it weird? Maybe it will come up to not mention that that was Nathan Grayson. Isn't it weird? Should be worth noting that these people are all fucking crazy and have a massive chip on their shoulder that they've been carrying for 10 years. They might be a lot more vulnerable this time, and they're probably a lot more vicious this time as well, which might lead them to overreaching a lot more. Nathan Grayson of Aftermath and Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku have both investigated the origins and sprawling nature of the Sweet Baby conspiracy theory. Its proponents draw preposterous connections. Oh, did it not name him? Okay. Between the consultancy and BlackRock. And the funding crisis affecting the wider games industry. This is far from the first time since Gamergate that such harassment has spilled over. Depressingly, coordinated abuse. This is a conspiracy theory. The idea that there are people organizing, saying stuff to these people. This is literally a conspiracy theory. This is not real. It's not coordinated abuse. Against game developers is now somewhat routine. Emergent abuse, I'm sure, occurs. Right? Coordinated abuse? You're going to have to prove that. Against game developers is now somewhat routine, especially if they do something so audacious as to include pride flags in Spider-Man's Manhattan, or take their time implementing mod support for Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, this is an example of people loving a gay game so much that they want more stuff to do with it, though. Isn't this sort of the opposite of what they're saying the motivation is? Baldur's Gate is like an omega-inclusive super LGBT game, and people are mad that they're not getting more out of it. A full 91% of devs surveyed by the Game Developers Conference last... Right. We've seen who goes to GDC. Last year said that harassment from players was an issue. 42% calling it a very serious issue. When Gamergate was going on, the silence from much of the video games industry was deafening. Instead of standing up for the people that were being targeted, almost everyone who wasn't being directly attacked by Gamergate's mob stuck their fingers in their ears and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. Media outlets, game developers, and publishers alike, perhaps motivated by a fear of making things worse or of alienating what they feared was a sizable part of their audience, failed to speak out in defense of women until it was too late, if they spoke out at all. If they did, it wouldn't do anything. It would be really funny if they did. What do they think will happen if they all go, "Guys, people on social media are really mean. Leave the women alone." What do you think's gonna happen? Yeah, it's gonna get a lot worse. It's gonna get a lot worse. People who work on games are fucking freaks. There's a reason, not necessarily in a bad way. Very, very weak, vulnerable people. Do you want it to be like open season on everyone? From the perspective of the more bullying inclined of us? Where are we up to? IGN, then the most popular games website in the world, published a stunningly weak exercise in both sidesism about recent unpleasantness that failed to even call the movement by name. Name the gamers! Name them! Hey guys, thinking Sweet Baby's fucking dog shit is a conspiracy theory. The evil gamer swarm controlled by Donald Trump, they're gonna kill all of you though. That is real and true. The games industry's failure to speak out decisively did not calm the situation. When people shut the fuck up, it did sort of slow and stop. It would have. The problem is, a lot of people were making a lot of money out of being victims, so... And a lot of people were happy to indulge them. Doing nothing did not dissuade the mob. It merely left people... So what did? What slowed it down? It merely left people who were in some cases being harassed out of their homes and workplaces. People who chose to leave their homes and workplaces feeling alone, furious, and often afraid. Back then, the main targets were female developers, journalists, and critics. This time, it's a group of narrative consultants. I only know who 4 of them are. The 2 I'm pissed at are the ones who were trying to go after that guy on Steam. Right. Name all 16 right now, chat. You're gonna kill these people, apparently. So what are all their names? Do you even know them? Do you know who they are? Who are these 16 people you've been harassing? I don't even know who they are. Blah, blah, blah. In the 10 years since Gamergate, the culture wars that were fermented in gamer forums. Yo! She read Lee Alexander's piece before writing this. 100%. Fermented gamer goo has spread out to poison almost all aspects of our lives. I cannot state enough, over and over again, how sick these people are. Professional gaming. People who are games industry adjacent, like this person writing about it. They're so sick. They're ill. Stuff is wrong with them. They deserve the audience they have. In other words. Anyway. Because remember, even people who hate you and despise you or want to destroy you are your audience. Just saying. The last decade has taught us that these people will not simply go away. Go away where? You want to fucking kill them? What do you mean? These people will not simply go away. You think they're going to go away if some fucking retard who released who worked on a $70 dog shit game that no one liked saying, "Stop being mean." That's going to do it? What are you talking about? There may always be those who believe that the mere presence of women and minorities in their video games, or their Star Wars, or their halls of cultural or political power is an affront, a symptom of the woke mind virus. I feel like Spoon might agree with this. I don't think many others will go quite that far. But we have also learned that... Can I just say for the record, I fucking hate Star Wars. Put all the women in it, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Dog shit. But we have also learned that ignoring them does not help. It only makes things worse. The people working at Sweet Baby should not be left to suffer on behalf of the studios that employ them. There's a fucking Steam group that lists the stuff they worked on. They tried to go after a dude, it didn't work out for them, and now they're getting their shit kicked in. Happens. Happens every day. To all sorts of people in all sorts of situations. Alright? Individual developers are braver these days about speaking out on social media. My greatest warrior sending a tweet. The director of Alan Wake 2 posted that conspiracy theories claiming Sweet Baby forced the developer to change a character's ethnicity were absolutely not true. This is a significant event to these people. This means a lot to the author of this article. I can't state enough times how diseased these individuals are. And Mary Kenny, dissociative disorder subconsciously. Mary Kenny, associate narrative director at Marvel's Spider-Man developer Insomniac Games, has also tweeted strong denials. It was Insomniac who had that insane DEI video, right? That shamed Asian men for being girly boys? Inadvertently, they didn't mean to, but they did. Their hyper-racist video. But companies themselves need to follow suit. Publishers and developers that have worked with Sweet Baby Inc., include Warner Bros. Games. Wow, that's really big. That's a huge company. And PlayStation's Santa Monica studio. Wow, this little group of 16 people have no connections to anything major, do they? Where are their statements of support? Are they going to publicly defend the people they worked with on multi-million-dollar games from false accusations, or let the trolls control the narrative? I fucking pray for them to say something. I pray. I hope the devs put on like their karate outfits and we get more anti-Gamergate stuff. Where they're like, Gamergate, I challenge you. I'm going to kick your ass. Just, oh god, dude, people who work on games are the weirdest people in existence. Please try to be heroes. It would make my year if they came out and tried to be heroic. Nobody is forcing diversity into video games. It is happening naturally, as players and developers themselves diversify. One of Sweet Baby's goals, as we just listened to, is to accelerate the rate at which minority people get into the industry. So, regardless of your opinion on it, yes, it is being pushed. Regardless of opinion, it is true to say it's pushed. Also, again, yes, Elistor, very copy-paste. Very similar to the Gamers Are Over articles. They're trying to echo it. They're just echoing each other. It's the same thing that happened before. Gamergate didn't intimidate women out of video games 10 years ago, and we won't be intimidated now. Literally, how could you be? The games industry knows that a greater breadth of content, featuring a greater breadth of characters made with... If you care about story in games, you're already not a gamer, I'm sorry. You're excluded. Fake gamer. Made with the contributions of a greater breadth of people, is good for creativity. Why? Is it? I think it actually doesn't necessarily have any bearing. And for business, no matter what some aggrieved gamers may think, this time it must make its support perfectly and unequivocally clear. Right, what are they hoping to happen? Because, I mean, you're not going to stop people from being annoying online, right? Yeah, Chud, you're going to fucking flip at some of the shit in this. It's another fucking echo shit. They're redoing Gamergate. It's a cover. As in, not a cover-up. I'm not saying they're sweeping. I'm saying it's like cover song. These aren't articles. They're cover songs. It's the same shit. Some literal quotes. The Nathan Grayson article just echoed Sweet Baby PR. This is echoing the Kotaku article. This mentions the Zoe post. And then Nathan Grayson comes up, and they don't say anything of his past involvement, which is really weird. I don't think this at any point mentions what the Sweet Baby employees tried to pull on that Brazilian guy. Brazilians count as diverse, right? There's a new article like this written by James Somerton. Wait, people are saying no. What did you say no to? Wait, what the fuck did I just say? Is there any more? Oh, Brazilian diversity. Okay. I thought Brazilians were considered diverse in America. Brazilians are racist white Latinos. But, Brazil's kind of unique, right? Portuguese pilled instead of Spanish pilled in South America. That counts for something, right? Am I insane? That's right, yes. Actually pretty special. All of my Brazilian viewers, you're very special. I consider you my Portuguese pals. I don't think there's anything more to say about this, other than one more time. One more time. I'll say it. Oh god, the related stories though. Anita Sarkeesian, 2017. It's frustrating to be known as the woman who survived Gamergate, as opposed to all the ones who didn't. Very lethal. Very lethal to the other ones. After Gamergate, don't cede the internet to whoever screams the loudest. So what's the outcome? Studios coming out and saying, no, don't be mean to women, is not going to do anything. Watch the play. I think the desired outcome is for studios to go, hey, stupid gamers, no one was forcing diversity into video games, but because you're so against it and so racist, now we are. You know, they want them to pull a stunt, turning everyone black to own the gamers. Handing out the shoe polish to own the chuds. Show the article date? Of which one? This one? It's from today. Did you think I'm being a retard and looking at an old article? It's 10 years since Gamergate is the title. Alright, I would never make such a mistake. Do we? Because I remember the key parts of the original Gamers Are Over article. Right? Still live? Yeah, I stream for 6 hours. I used to stream for 8 hours, but now I get a bit more time in the morning. Up until 5. Should we look at the original? See if we notice any similarities. Bonk. Let's see if this is there. So this, I believe, was the first one that dropped, or at the very least was one of the earliest, and it really echoed with people. Negatively, very negatively. Very rapidly afterwards, a bunch of outlets released near identical articles making the same points, which later became very suspect when we found out that games journalists were communicating privately, which theoretically isn't an issue, but they were communicating about what to cover and how to cover it, and who to be more sympathetic to, together. That, to me, not cool. Not cool. So it's cut off the title bit, but I've cropped it for readability of what we're about to look at. It's Gamers Don't Have to Be Your Audience, Gamers Are Over by Lee Alexander, August 28th, 2014. So we're a bit premature on the Gamergate anniversary claims. But it is the 10th year since. Blast from the past. Let's go. What's up, Osrid? Gonna take you back to the past to read the shit articles that suck ass. I often say I'm a video game culture writer, but lately I don't know exactly what that means. Game culture as we know it is kind of embarrassing. It's not even culture. It's buying things. Spackling over memes. To me, that's something you do with paint, which makes me think. Lee Alexander knew about gooning early, and in-jokes repeatedly, and it's getting mad on the internet. It's young men queuing with plush mushroom hats and backpacks and jutting promo poster rolls. Queuing passionately for hours at events around the world to see the things that marketers want them to see. Isn't it weird how they sort of gave up on this anti-consumer angle and are now like purely just let the minorities in on being slop pigs. Yeah, you're slop pigs. We're not going to say don't do that anymore. We're not going to say we hate you anymore. We're going to say, no, we want every race to equally be a slop pig. That's the approach now. So there is a difference, I think. To find out whether they should buy things or not. They don't know how to dress or behave. Television cameras pan. Like, how can you fucking be mad at people you're talking about like this being mad at you online? If I wrote this, if I make a video like this, it's to deliberately make people angry so they say stuff about me and get involved and get incensed. Like, this is bait. But I feel like they came to view it as a mistake to bait like this in 2014. I'm not really sure what they're hoping for. You can do the whole victim bucks thing. What are they hoping for now? Why are they baiting now? It's obviously connected to US politics and their view of what they can possibly make happen. But what are they imagining going down? Are they trying to push the games industry into more explicitly exercising influence over gamers or trying to push people? Do they want all the games to be like, vote Democrat, vote Democrat? But they are based Montreal. I'm talking about these articles. Consider that they discuss, I don't know if my crop is wrong for this. They discuss US politics in this. They mention Trump heading out on the campaign trail, for instance. Do you think it is just clicks, giveth? It's possible. Where'd we get to? Don't know how to dress or behave. Television cameras pan across these listless queues and often catch the expressions of people who don't quite know why they themselves are standing there. Because I want new Call of Duty.
Gillian the Driven fed the streamer $20 Superberry. Can we street race him to the GRAVE after the karate tourney?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for the 20. You have to, really. Gas, gas, gas. Oh, fuck, I've lost it again. Games culture is a petri dish of people who know so little about how human social interaction and professional life works that they can concoct online wars about social justice or game journalism ethics, straight-faced, and cause genuine human consequences because of video games. Lately, this always struck me as weird. Because of the focus on games can have so much impact for good. They're so important as tools of messages. They want to pretend, oh, it's nothing. Oh, getting mad about video games? That's dumb. By the way, our work is so important in shaping the minds of the young and building the future. Oh, being mad about video games? Pfft, they don't matter. Oh, did you know Sweet Baby literally does nothing? They have no impact on anything. In any way. In fact, studios just hire them as a gag. It's a prank. They're just fucking with them. They never intended to take any advice. And everything the CEO says is a meme. Did you know? Lately, I often find myself wondering what I'm even doing here. And I know I'm not alone. Games are cool. All of us should be better than this. You should be deeply questioning your life choices if this... that's a mention of Zoe Quinn. And this, Anita Sarkeesian being a pussy and leaving her house because people sent her... Was this when they sent her MS Paint drawings of her getting raped by Super Mario? Was that when she left her house? And this is just Vivian James, are the prominent public face your business presents to the rest of the world. Feel shame. Hey nerds, you're fucking losers. Don't you wanna be cool? That I remember now. That was a huge part of it. We want games to be cool. We need to get rid of these fucking dirty artists. They've dropped that, haven't they? They've turned it into every race deserves slop. Let the browns have the slop. I was going to say some other colors, but that's really the only color you can really say. The other colors are not appreciated as references to races. Brown flies. Black flies. All right. This is what the rest of the world knows about your industry. This and headlines about billion-dollar war simulators. They're fucking tight. Shooty games are cool. Or those junkies with the touchscreen candies. Hey, don't say that about my girlfriend. That's it. You should absolutely be better than this. Care. Have ego. No. You don't want to be divisive? Who's being divided except for people who are okay with an infantilized cultural desert of shitty behavior and people who aren't? What is there to debate? Right, let's say it's a vocal... Gamergate won because these hoes are scared to write like this anymore. It's actually pathetic how cucked these articles are compared to the 2014 articles. And now they have to contend with a Musk-led Twitter. Oh my god, they're actually gonna fucking try it. To be fair, yeah, be better, my electronic toys are cool. To be fair, I'm already pretty checked out on any sort of major game except for covering it in terms of like making content or streaming it. I could just play Mahjong forever and I'm good. That's the cool thing about games. If you actually like games, it doesn't matter if there's a new story ever again. Like if you like gameplay, this conversation about games being all about characters and story. What? Why are you into games? Read a book, retard. Go watch a movie, fat ass. I like to exercise my fingers, do some exercise. Right, let's say it's a vocal minority that's not representative of most people. Most people from indies to industry leaders are mortified, furious, disheartened at the direction industry conversation has taken in the past few weeks. Worth noting, this was originally on Gama Sutra. This is intended to be read by people in the games industry. So that's probably why she's talking shit so hard about customers. It's not like there are reputable outlets publishing rational articles in favor of the trolls side. Don't give press to the harassers. Nice. Don't blame an entire industry for a few bad apples. Yet disclaiming liability is clearly no help. Here we go. Remember this? Game websites with huge community hubs whose fans are often associated with blunt Twitter hate mobs sort of shrug. Wait, mate, you're playing Thaumaturge right now? Yeah, for something to do on stream. Where am I? Game websites with huge community hubs whose fans are often Do you know what I play off stream? Wait, Skulski. Do you know what I play off stream? I think most people know. I get made fun of for it. I play aim trainers, dude. I click on dots. It's relaxing, and I do it while I listen to like a podcast. Blah, 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 blah. Game websites with huge community hubs, whose fans are often associated with blunt Twitter hate mobs, sort of shrug. They say things like, "We delete the really bad stuff. What else can we do?" Yeah, they should have been hunting down and killing gamers. And those people don't represent our community. But actually, those people do represent your community. That's what your community is known for, whether you like it or not. God, I forgot how special this was. When you decline to create or to curate a culture in your spaces, you're responsible for what spawns in the vacuum. While video games themselves were discovered by strange, bright outcast pioneers, they thought arcades would make pub games more fun, or that MUDs would make for amazing cross-cultural meeting spaces. The commercial arm of the forum sprung up from marketing high-end tech products to early adopters. You know, young white dudes with disposable income who like to get stuff. This is the kind of writing where a 14-year-old girl is impressed with herself for coming up with this in an English class assignment. Suddenly, I have a voice. I have a writing voice. I have style. Suddenly, a generation of lonely basement kids had marketers whispering in their ears that they were the most important commercial demographic of all time. Mario's cool. Everyone's playing Mario. I feel like it would have been more parents. This might just be me being colored by my personal experience. But early on, it was certainly parents who were being motivated to get it for their kids. Right? Suddenly, a generation of lonely basement kids, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly, they started wearing shiny blouses and pinning bikini babes onto everything they made. Started making games that sold the promise of high-octane masculinity to kids just like them. By the turn of the millennium, those were games' only main cultural signposts. Have money, have women, get a gun and then a bigger gun, be an outcast, celebrate that, defeat anyone who threatens you. If we're going to talk about wider perception of games, did you say at the turn of the millennium in 2000? People will think of fucking Mario. Would you refer to, damn, Mario is about, it's just, games is just getting money, picking up those coins, crushing turtles. You don't need anything but gaming. This feels like a, if you're going to specifically talk about what went horrible for some people with MMORPGs, maybe, fair. Public conversation was led by a games press whose role was primarily to tell people what to buy, to score products competitively against one another, to gleefully fuel the team sports atmosphere around creators and companies. Yeah, this is true. I feel like the basis on which they do it has simply changed. They didn't really get better. It makes a strange sort of sense that video games of that time would become scapegoats for moral panic, for atrocities committed by young white teen boys in hyper-capitalist America. Not that the games themselves had anything to do with tragedies. Come on, you don't actually think that. Come on. Such a coward. But they had an anxiety in common, an amorphous cultural shape that was dark and loud on the outside, hollow on the inside. I think nowadays this would get read as like a racial thing. Yet in 2014, the industry has changed. We still think angry young men are the primary demographic. They're saying the same thing a decade on. That's pathetic. They're still saying this. They're still saying the industry still thinks this after a decade. Yet average software revenues from the commercial space have contracted massively year on year, with only a few sterling brands enjoying predictable success. It's clear that most of the people who drove those revenues in the past have grown up, either out of games or into more fertile spaces, where small and diverse titles can flourish, where communities can quickly spring up around creativity, self-expression, and mutual support, rather than consumerism. Okay, if that's good, why care? I like that they've abandoned this. Nowadays, the folks who are on this bandwagon have abandoned this. Because if you're going to say, oh, just little groups, ooh, little enclaves of creativity. Okay, if that exists, why care about the mainstream? Like, why do you care about how people look at you if you have your little thing? Now they're very much, we need the big stuff to be aligned with us. We need it to be our shit. We need our fangs in it. There are new audiences and new creators alike there. Traditional gaming is sloughing off, culturally and economically, like the carapace of a bug. This is hard for people who've drank the Kool-Aid about how their identity depends on the aging cultural signposts of a rapidly evolving, increasingly broad and complex medium. It's hard for them to hear they don't own anything anymore. Yeah, game licenses suck. That they aren't the world's most specialist consumer demographic. That they have to share. I don't know if it's just me. I don't have any sense of ownership over, like, AAA gaming or something. I like the things they're making or I don't. I can think it's good or I can think it's shit. It's hard for them to hear they don't own anything, blah, blah, blah. We also have to scrutinize closely the baffling, stubborn silence of many content creators amid these scandals. Or the fact lots of stubborn, myopic internet comments happen on business and industry sites. This is hard for old-school devs who are being made redundant both culturally and literally in their unwillingness to address new audiences or reference points outside of blockbuster movies and comic books as their traditional domain falls into the sea around them. Well, gaming hasn't totally collapsed yet, and they really haven't gone beyond this. It's just been like same old shit, but with like racial coats of paint, with occasional horrible shit bits of writing. I don't know. What is hard is probably intense, painful stuff for some young kids, some older men, but it's unstoppable. A new generation of fans and creators is finally aiming to instate a healthy cultural vocabulary. They didn't though, did they? They didn't though, did they? This never came to happen. She was just wrong. This is the original 2014. Looking back at the original Gamergate article. New generation found the language of community that was missing in the days of gamer pride. And special interest groups led by a product guide approach to conversation with a single presumed demographic. This means that over just the last few years, writing on games focuses on personal experiences and independent creators, not approval-hungry obeisance to the demands of powerful corporations. It's not about being a reviewer anymore. It's not about telling people what to buy. It's about providing spaces for people to discuss what and whom they support. In some ways, correct. It's the obsolescence of games journalism. You guys, the games journalists, aren't interesting, cool, or fun. So if instead of just giving games a thumbs up or thumbs down, they try to include themselves in it, their writing's bad and useless because they're not interesting and no one likes them. Instead, you can just go find someone on fucking Twitch playing a game and see the game. You can go and have a chat with people about it. Like, if you're not going to be acting as consumer advocates, we don't need you. We have each other. We don't fucking need game journalists. We have each other. These strawman game journalism ethics conversations people have been having are largely the domain of a prior age when all we did was negotiate ad deals and review scores and scraped to be called reporters. Those questions never went away still, because we had the same powerlessness complex as our audience had. Yeah, access journalism is a huge problem. Huge problem. We have outlets and writers losing their shit over being denied a key when they fuck themselves in the ass by making it the standard that you're at the mercy of a publisher. You did it to yourself, and it's still a problem. Today, in 2024. Yeah, I am going to continue watching the vid. We're right at the end of this article. Now, part of a writer's job in a creative human medium is to help curate a creative community and an inclusive culture. Damn! 2014. Now, part of a writer's job in a creative human medium is to help curate a creative community and an inclusive culture. It's the same shit for 10 years. They're still doing the same thing. And a lack of commitment to that just looks out of step, like a partial compromise with the howling trolls. You'll look bad if you don't. You're gonna look cringe if you don't obey us. We've latched onto ethics as the latest flag in their onslaught against evolution and inclusion. I feel like I've developed a lot over the past 10 years, but mostly I've just come to despise mankind and overwhelmingly think people deserve suffering. Which is an ideal point in my life for Gamergate 2 to happen, because it's going to be a really fun time. Golski, thank you.
ガルスキーチャート X100 リアルゲームズジャーナリズム hasn't been tried yet.
True. True. Latched onto ethics as the latest flag in their onslaught against evolution and inclusion. Developers and writers alike want games about more things, and games about more, but just make them then. Have you seen Itch.io? I've experienced more inclusion, more diversity than these people would want to believe exists. I've played a game where you're a fox and you can eat your own babies, zoom in on the fox's belly and watch as the babies are melted into stomach acid, and then press C on your keyboard to make the fox come. These people have no idea what diversity is. It's horrifying. This because we're creating culture now. We are refusing to let anyone feel prohibited from participating. I've played some shit that would make you wish people could be prohibited from making games. Tim, what the actual fuck? I didn't make it. It was on Itch.io. I downloaded a bunch of games. Alright. We're refusing to let anyone feel prohibited from participating. Gamer isn't just a dated demographic label that most people increasingly prefer not to use. Gamers are over. Gamers are over. That's why they're so mad. These obtuse shit-slingers, these wailing hyper-consumers, these childish internet arguers. They are not my audience. They don't have to be yours. There's no side to be on. There's no debate to be had. There is what's past and there is what's now. There is the role you choose to play and what's ahead. Jesus Christ. No, Siffy, this is the original. I was peeping the original because, The Guardian did a Gamers Are Over today. Wait, that was in the real article? Yes, I was quoting the article Ash read. Yes. It's insanely embarrassing. Absurdly, insanely bad. Alright, let's learn more about Sweet Baby.
And that goes from like services we offer all the way to like things we do that are like, I don't know, if companies could have soft skills, we'll go through ours and okay, kind of talk through like the different ways we try to up.
Oh yeah, the window, my bad. I'm womping, I'm romping, I'm stomping. Just look all right. You'll be okay. Tim, you fucking idiot! You don't care about us. Put it back. It's all good.
Great. In this industry that has many different ways of operating with it. So the first thing we do is obviously we have service.
I'm uncomfortable with this top right. What is occurring here?
We call it a narrative development company. So of all the terms we could have come up with, I think this is the one that encompasses everything we do. We do everything that we can.
So hey, contrary to Kotaku and the people echoing them, it's not strictly clamped to narrative development only. It's not locked into only that. Weird. I thought the name for what a company is determined exactly what it did.
Touch on everything that has to do with narrative within development of games. We don't necessarily always plug into only the narrative.
Well, Billy, yeah. The ironic thing is, I feel like in a way they would have been right about things happening organically. But because of the people pushing, because of the people who are like, we need gamers to see that my race is good. I need a good representative of my race, and it needs to teach people how my race is in video games. People notice things look weird, and they hear that people have that perspective, and that is, I hate to use this word, it's gross. It's disgusting. It's I don't want to be involved with that. That's almost like fetishistic stuff. That's weird. You've turned this game into race play. I don't like it. I don't want to be involved with that. So even if the thing had happened, if the thing had happened organically without that weird stuff, maybe the same thing could have been less repulsive. But because of the awareness of the people like this, is are you fucking into me playing a game with this character? Is this part of your fetish or something? The way they talk about wanting people to see people who are like them. It's
narrative team. We sometimes are the narrative team, or sometimes we'll come and work with designers to shore up some of their systems to be able to help narrative. And so we see every part of a game, and we're able to talk with artists and audio designers and game designers and system designers and economy designers.
Okay.
To figure out how to better tell the story and get the creative direction and the feeling of the game better through all the things that they're all doing. So obviously the first thing that you think of when you hear all of that is narrative direction. That's a role we sometimes occupy on projects in AAA and or indie. The way we work is a bit unique, and we'll go through it later, but we never bring only one person to a project. It's not like Kim will be a narrative director on this project and then the 16 other people here don't do anything else. We'll come to a project with oftentimes we'll start a project with everybody in the room, all 16 of us.
We read about
so you
this.
can get as much perspective as you can, and then we'll build a team of the people who have the most affinity with the project, and they'll all work together as sort of a writer's room, plugging into a project and figuring out the best way to tackle it, and to split tasks among themselves to kind of arrive at the output of one person or a couple of people, but made from many different perspectives and skill sets, which is really our strength. And so when we're the only narrative team on the project,
sorry that this is a bit blah 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 blah.
And this is the
I
kind
just
of work
don't want
we
to
do.
miss anything.
We kind of it is sort of a narrative direction position that we occupy within a project. The next two things, narrative design and script writing, tend to be something that is mostly the regular project work that we do. People will come to us a couple of years or months or weeks or days before launch and go, hey, we have triggers to place, we have lines to write, can you help us with that? And that's the usual, we are contract writers for the industry. We obviously take care of all of that stuff in much a similar way. The next couple ones tend to happen more at the beginning of
Design and
a
script
project.
writing.
And we've been
Okay.
fortunate enough in the last couple of years to start onboarding on projects really early at the
We
pre-prod
want them to get
phase.
towards the end, and then
So we're able to do more brainstorming and narrative development, try to think of the story along with the people who are developing the systems, thinking about the concepts, thinking about how this is going to be expressed in game. We've developed a world building pipeline that is pretty different from what we see in the industry right now, that tends to be focused way more on iteration and on finding the fewest possible answers that unblock the most possible things, as opposed to obsessing over a lot of lore details and waiting for them to be completely ready before you're able to move on to the next phase. So that's the kind of stuff that we do at the early stage. And of course, narrative production pipelines. I think this is games, and so everybody has spent a lot of energy solving different problems. Started the same problem, but started for their own project. And so we have a lot of like view on how different it's best to think of narrative in this way and to wait for this moment to write these lines. And for now,
to the cultural stuff.
These types of deliverables. The next one we'll go over a lot as we go through this presentation, but we obviously have a very diverse team who's super talented. We do a lot of work.
A lot of emphasis on this part. I thought this was the smallest part. Weird.
To do some sensitivity consultation, some representation consultation, some cultural consultation, with the complete aim being trying to give as much perspectives as possible to each game team as to the subject matter they're representing, and trying to give a voice to these consultants.
Trying to give a voice to their consultants. What does giving your consultant a voice mean? That doesn't sound like it's just to serve the product. That sounds like you're serving your constituent members to do something.
So that it's not looking at a list of red flags of like, oh, make sure you don't offend this and do this badly. It's more, okay, this is what you could be doing if you leaned into this identity, if you leaned into this inspiration.
Right, so they're there to encourage making characters more like themselves. So, like, what people, again, it's what people think is happening.
And you know, for people of these backgrounds, of these identities.
Why am I pretending to be on the gamer side on stream but anti-gamer on Twitter? This better not be you fucker. Fucking chud. Called out nega harmful. God, did you do that independently? Were you not there for that? I was hanging out in the chud stream before my stream. It's already happened once, now it's happening again. Do I need to like post on Twitter about how that's not me?
This is the kind of stuff that they would like to see, and they would like to. This is how they would like to see themselves represented on screen in a game, and they've never seen it before. And so that kind of forms our thesis.
Sorry, it's for the things your consultants want to see on screen.
You know, for people of these backgrounds, of these identities,
people in general.
This is the kind of stuff that they would like to see, and they would like to.
But it's occurring through having individual examples of those demographics saying what they personally would like to see. You know, what's this? Oh yeah, Metacritic link. Jim is doing a what do we call it? Like a bomber cost stream? Jim streaming 3 hours? That's 1 a.m. my time. I ain't 1 a.m. my time, and I'll be doing stuff with Lucky Beat tomorrow in the first half of the day. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm too old. Hang on. Should I show the picture? I don't want to expose myself, okay? Got a, the author of the PC Gamer Gamergate 2 article. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. Okay. It's not me.
This is how they would like to see themselves represented on screen in a game, and they've never seen it before. And so that kind of forms our thesis.
I really want to see myself in a game. I still don't get it. I really want to see me in a game. And then do you want to see that again? And again and again? Just get a fucking mirror. Just get a mirror and a microphone and, like, get a camera and a microphone. Record yourself.
For the company, that like representation is a form of innovation, and that it is one of the greatest sort of blue sky approaches to innovation that people aren't really thinking about right now.
Blue sky approach.
And finally, we do game design consultation.
I feel like, did I ever play Hitman and think, my god, it's me? Despite being bald, I don't look too much like Agent 47, but the killing definitely resonated. Here's the thing as well. All the people who say, I want someone in a game who's just like me, you don't want that, because if someone accurately represented you in a game, they'd be made fun of. And hated.
We have a lot of talented game designers on our team as well, who are able to kind of go in and figure out how a game is functioning and how it could be improved to kind of match the goals of the project. So that was services. Now let's go to soft skills. What happens with like working on 70 projects at all these different types of levels, from like writing lines to narrative direction to doing sensitivity consultation, is that we have seen a lot of studios do a lot of different things that all amount to doing the.
I think some of these. Whoa.
Pepsi Man fed the streamer $2 Superberry. Love the new Twitter Avi. Cute lipstick.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fuck. An actual... So... Doing this works for game devs as a shield, actually. Just thinking about it, it could. Because what happens when you have, like, oh, this character represents this race, and you don't like it? You're gonna get in fucking trouble? If they put a real person in a game and they're mass hated, is that gonna be considered harassment? This character really reflects me and it represents me. People not liking it is harassment of me? Or like, this character's like me and people hate it. Ow, it hurts. Like, what?
Same amount of things, because they're, everybody's trying to ship a video game, but they're all going about it differently. We have a really broad perspective on the industry's narrative trends and innovations, and we have seen like the best practices for some of the world's best studios, and that's something that like we talk about internally too a lot, is how do we kind of like take the best from everybody and how they function through things, and more importantly, how do we avoid running into some mistakes that we see a lot of people running through. There's a lot of like closed circuits in the industry. Isn't going to work, and so what we try to do is bring some of that expertise, bring some of that perspective from different projects, and on one side try to make the pipeline as smooth as possible, and on the other side try to identify potential problems in the pipeline, and like it says on the slide, it gives us a lot of tips and tricks that we're able to bring to the table.
Yada yada yada.
The other soft skill that we do a lot of is we try to build a community from all the people we've worked with. And that's something that I think is also inherent to us not working internally at a studio. I think, like I said before, game studios tend to be pretty insular. People want to...
This sounds like a rat nest situation. Right, so they form a network of influence with all the amongst all the places they work with. They connect it all up. They network. Huge companies. So even if their influence isn't immediate and just on the job, there's clearly some kind of influence. We saw, again, to bring it up over and over again, Kim Belair advises people who work at these places to try and get funds reallocated in a way that would benefit consultancy agencies, right? Things like that. Things like that. If they don't have that kind of influence now, they're clearly expressing that they wish to.
Stick together and close together and not share anything outside. And there's very few groups of people who are talking to each other about...
This is called incest. This is called being incestuous, by the way. That is the less positive way to describe this.
Facing similar challenges or facing similar hardships sometimes, and being able to like find kinship and find community in a broader game dev sense. And so we do a lot of effort to like put some of the people that we've met together, put them together in the same room just so they can talk and meet each other and get some like, you know, inspiration or perspective or even solutions from those meetings. You know, we'll think like, we'll go on a project and go like, oh, that person like reminds me so much of this other person. It'd be great if they met. Well, we actually follow through on this and make sure people create connections and create a community in this industry.
Right.
A bevy of babies, it says on the slide. Kim talked about it briefly, but yes, we have a very, very diverse team, and we believe that diversity is one of the best vectors for innovation in the games industry that people too often...
We are additive.
Ignore. Like I said before, we try to be additive in our approach, so we don't show up to a project and say, hey...
Game stories must evolve and change, so it's mandatory, and we're at the forefront of narrative next steps. Which means they're controlling the direction. They could be wrong. They can be lying. This cannot be true. They are saying they are what people say they are. Which I'm sure is to a degree bragging, but I don't think you can complain about people saying... I don't think you can complain that people are saying, oh, there's this company that's trying to change all the stories to be the way they want it to be. Push diversity for the sake of diversity into things with their weird moral motives and stuff. 5 months ago. You can say the 2019 one that's out of date. This is 5 months ago.
Hey, these are all the problems. You're going to mess up if you do all these things this way. What that ends up doing is oftentimes that we'll sand it down and make something inoffensive and oftentimes honestly kind of boring and kind of like too smooth. And so instead we try to go about it from an additive perspective where we want to bring joy to the player. If you're a player from a marginalized background and you see some...
I know what this all means. This is all code. I've cracked the code, by the way. All right? I know the secret language. I know what all of this really means. Are you ready? You know what all of this boils down to? More yapping. More yapping in your games. That's the real offense. This is code for more fucking yapping.
You see yourself represented accurately on screen, and you see a part of yourself that you've never seen on a screen, you'll get tremendous joy from that. And
sorry, what?
Player. If you're a player from a marginalized background and you see yourself represented accurately on screen, and you see a part of yourself that you've never seen on a screen, you'll get tremendous joy from that.
This sounds like describing showing an animal at the zoo a mirror or a video feed of themselves. I'm sorry. The way it keeps being repeated like this is like fucking dehumanizing. Like, I'm starting to get offended by it at this point. What do you mean? I don't need to see me. I am me. I'm me. I don't need to see me. I'm already me.
And that's something that that's the same kind of goal that you might want from like a design, a game design system, which also brings joy to the player. It's the same sort of...
If I played a game that was perfectly accurately me, I'd probably be really uncomfortable and feel self-conscious. Now, perhaps what people actually want is something they can delude themselves into thinking is them. Something that, when shown to other people, they can delude themselves into thinking, yeah, they think I'm cool now. They think I'm like Miles Morales.
Of like output, but from a very different discipline. Yeah, we believe that game stories as they are now have lots of room to evolve and change, and we're at the forefront of like making stories more diverse and helping push these boundaries forward. It's all meaningful growth for us. Throughout all of this, we also do a lot of outreach, and so Kim mentioned it earlier. We are trying to set the stage for the next generation of game developers who are going to join this industry after us. We both have a combined 20+ years.
Sweet baby, we get them while they're young.
In the games industry, we're trying to make sure that like people who enter this industry are more equipped to do it correctly, and also have more doors open to them, and hopefully don't enter an industry that can be toxic and can be tough for them. So what we do for that is we do a lot of these moments.
Boring.
We were able to talk to Panic and convince them to build a program where we would be able to build 2 more games, Red Dog and Real Steel.
Sure.
With
story time. Here we go.
Kind of explained and a sense of our services and what we're doing and how we're doing it kind of given. I just want to take us through the story of Sweet Baby, both our origin and kind of where we're at today and where we've been, because I think that in addition to kind of all the stuff that we do, the more interesting part, I think, is why we do it, and the part that I think I want other people to understand and to,
None of those games hit people's radar, Bunny, because they're games for a niche handheld console that costs $200 and just plays 20 games that come pre-installed on it.
To work towards is the reasoning, because the shape of our company and the intent of our company is very, very specific in terms of narrative and that. But to me, like the framework of the thing.
Yeah, not a joke. That is what they
thinking behind it is applicable to a lot of different things, and I think fits into a lot of different ways of thinking. But to begin, I'll start a very long time ago, eons ago. Well, maybe a lifetime. In 2018, a time we all barely remember. So to kind of give you, the origin story, I'll give it from my own perspective, is that.
So they were forged in racism, misogyny, and toxicity. Nice.
I started out in the industry in 2013, and being a Black woman in the industry, being a marginalized person in these spaces has not always been easy. In fact, it's been downright abusive at times, and I'm sure that no one in this room is surprised to hear that, but there is so much abuse, so much toxicity, so much awfulness in the industry, and that was how.
I feel like if I hated Black people, I wouldn't know to be racist to her. I don't think I'd be able to discriminate.
I kind of came through it for the first several years of my career, but at the same time, what I want to say is that like I learned a tremendous amount. I first started it for 5 years in AAA. I worked on Assassin's Creed, on Far Cry, on a couple of games at Ubisoft, and that was tough. I've talked about that very publicly. I've talked about that in a number of forums, and the thing that always gets me is that while it was hard and dealing with all of that stuff is always difficult, it was also hugely informative, and it was beautiful still to work with teams of creative to make something that matters to us and to get something out in the world and experience it. The joy of making games and telling stories is something that for me has not been in any way separable from the experience of how we make them. And after years and all of this, and I finally left to go to a transmedia company. It was also working in games, and there we had a very, very unusual role. David actually joined me after a few months at this company, and we ended up working together on this transmedia project that required us to essentially, over 5 years, write a story that would be told across 15 to 20 different pieces of media. And we had to do all of that in about 8 months together. And while we were working on that, that was a role that, while again, really not an easy or pleasant place to work, made me realize something, and it was that working with very different teams, sometimes in film, in television, in podcasts, in books, in all of these different arenas, we started to see a pattern forming, and that pattern was simply that, like,
right, here we go. The patterns. She can see them now.
People who are easy to work with, people who are kind and compassionate, who saw the humanity in the work that we do. It wasn't just a matter of like, oh, they're better to work with. The productions were smoother, the products were better, and things actually came to exist from those things. And I think there's this myth in the game. In fact, I know there's this myth in the games industry, and I hope that it's dying now, where people will go like, this is a pressure cooker, but it makes the best stuff. And you know, if you really put a lot of pressure, it turns coal into diamonds. And I think that while we work together with so many different teams, seeing so many different projects and trying to like get them together, it was very clear that that wasn't the case, because we saw that like the pressure cooker was just creating burnout. It was just creating misery. And as
come on, get to it
differently, but the real thought I think that we first had was simply just like, we don't want to work like that anymore.
You wanted to chill.
And
easy life. Enjoy your job, you never work a day in your life. Okay.
What that means for us, at least, was we love what we do. We love telling stories. We love telling interactive stories. We love working in games.
Spoon, it sounds like a more general tale of crunch. Sounds like pressure and crunch, and they're like, I've got to get out of this.
But we don't want it to be a space where we have to accept a certain amount of abuse, toxicity, problems, or prejudice just to be able to do that, right? There's this thing that for me exists in the games industry where it's seen as such a dream job that people go, well, you're so lucky to be in it that you should take any treatment that we offer you, because somebody else is going to come and take your place. And for me, that's just not sustainable personally, and I don't think it's sustainable professionally, and I don't think it's sustainable.
Yeah, and most people are going to have to drop out of that.
For us as an industry, and I think we're seeing the results of that now. But what it made us do was decide to create.
What it made us do is realize, ooh, that grinder, that meat grinder is always going to exist. We can become something on the outside and not have to deal with that. You know, like worm our little fingers in so that the people in that horrible situation are bent a little more to our liking. Fair play.
A new company, and the company's name, Sweet Baby Inc., is actually derived from the fact that we worked with a lot of different teams in previous times, and every time we worked with someone who we really vibed with, or we really felt like, okay, this is really, really going well, we would go like, wow, they were such sweet babies. And when we
don't call me a sweet baby
started Sweet Baby, we said we only want to work with sweet babies. And obviously that's something that is always going to be a challenge, always going to be a changing and evolving.
That's almost culty. We got to convert everyone to being a sweet baby. We need the networking of sweet babies across studios. We need to embed the activation phrase into the subconscious of all of our sweet babies.
Thing, but to me it's an ethos that really is important, which is we want to work with people who care about people.
We don't want to deal with any suppressive persons.
And
that's a Scientology thing, right? Suppressive persons.
Care about what they're doing, and remember that the art is more important than the product, but the product can never be more important than the people. And I think that
the art is more important than the product, but the product can never be more important than the people. But the art can be. What do you?
That's a core of our beliefs. And in about 2019,
I'd be interested to hear her takes on philosophy of aesthetics and what is art. I wonder if she even has any.
I put this presentation together with help from David, and it was called Representation as Innovation. And what that meant was essentially like
when you're talking about, I'm going to target this at a group to make them feel good, that sounds like slop production to me. That isn't really a super artistic approach. The thing you're making can be interpreted as art, but you're making product.
I was very tired, I'm still tired of the way that we treat sensitivity and inclusion as kind of like aside from development. We go like, okay, well.
I thought they didn't do this. I thought this was a very tiny... Kotaku just told us that all that stuff is a teeny tiny part of what they do. The CEO is telling us it's baked into everything and is not aside from it. Again and again and again.
Hey, can you read this story and tell me if it's offensive to X, Y, or Z group? And for me, when I read a story, I'm not going like, well, this story is just magically offensive. It's something in the story is making this offensive. Something in the story is not ringing true. And often what it is for me is that, like, speaking as a marginalized person, it's not that I'm looking at a portrayal of myself and going, oh, that's offensive, I can't see it. It's creating instead ludonarrative dissonance where I'm looking at this and I'm going, that's not me. That's not real. And
that's not what ludonarrative dissonance is. It's a disconnect between what's being expressed or presented and the mechanics. The game. It's the game story dissonance.
So I wanted to start thinking about diversity not as something that's a nice to have, but as a form of narrative innovation. Seeing new perspectives, understanding new stories, telling new stories is a form of narrative innovation that we need to be paying attention to. And because
it's not a new story, it's a gimmick. Seeing if you get pleasure from being like, that person's like me. That's some like dopamine fiend thing, and it will only work once. Oh, I've seen myself in a game. What now?
It's gotten wrapped up in this idea of, sensitivity. People are very, very scared of it. People are scared of this idea, and they think like it has to be two separate things. We can't interrupt the storytelling, but frankly, storytelling is all we have. So that was the talk that I gave at GDC, and the response was very, very positive because I think that I was speaking.
Yeah, I'm sure the response was extremely positive.
Admittedly, it was in the advocacy track, so I was preaching to a bit of a choir of people who want, I think, this kind of thinking, but it really became a foundational property of what Sweet Baby would be. And so we started out in our first year as just kind of three people going like, okay, we got to get some contracts. We just need to get contracts. The idea was, for me at least at the beginning, like I was just going to go freelance, and I said, okay, well, what if we took contracts on together and shared them and figured it out together, and then we pulled that money and we made a salary out of it, and we kind of did that for a long time. So in the first year, we first thought like, okay, well, if each of us got a contract, we had a couple of contracts, we'd probably figure it out, but we ended up getting, in fact, 6 different projects at the same time.
I liked the mechanics of Underlords, but hated everything else about the game.
And these were across, like, in addition to games, kind of like we were also in interactive video, in podcasts, in marketing materials, and comic books. It's kind of anything that we could find new techniques of storytelling in. And then by the end of this first year, we started also realizing like, okay, this is working out, kinda, and we've got a little bit of extra work.
That can be a form of a circle arc. Like it's not just like game and cutscene, but that would be an example of like the lore of the world, the story, how things work is disconnected from the gameplay. Where, yeah, story-wise, a single bullet is, oh god, someone got shot with a single bullet. Oh no! But then when you're playing it, you're actually getting shot with hundreds of bullets. It makes a disconnect. That would be like one example, but it can also just be that the way you input and do things doesn't line up with what is occurring in the story.
And I had been called back at one point to work on this since canceled Afrofuturist project. And when I went to kind of talk about working with the team, what I heard was like, okay, we've got an Afrofuturist project, we've got an all-white writing team. Kim, can you help? And my answer was like, well, what happened to sourcing Black writers for something like this? And the answer that was given to me was just like, well, we met some great Black writers, but they didn't have the experience. They had all the talent, but not the experience in games. And so what I said was, well, would it be possible if, since we have the experience in games, could we take on some writers as subcontractors? Because essentially what the client is looking for is authentic and representational work. And what these writers are looking for is experience on a job. And that's something I think we can
Bro, I just want to see a game cover that says like made with real Black people.
provide. And so we began, once we had that kind of extra space and those extra,
because that's like what this is. That's what the product is. That's the value you're providing to the consumer. That's what this gimmick is. It's a gimmick.
contracts to start sharing I say quote unquote wealth, because it was, we were still working on smaller contracts at the time, but we started bringing in folks who deserved a shot at it and who otherwise the studios might not bring in, but whose talent we could really, really showcase, and whose talent we could find a place for in the industry. And what the success of kind of that initial year showed us was like, hey, maybe we don't have to work like that anymore. And with that realization, I think it made us go, okay, could this work? It felt also,
sure, you don't have to work like that, but it's because other people are. Right? It's because you're consulting a studio where that is occurring.
I'll say it felt like a grift. It felt a little bit like,
I'm not saying anything.
We got to work on things and see the insides of games and work on pipelines without having to deal with the same kinds of stuff we were dealing with, and getting a completely new perspective, getting to work with different teams, getting all of a sudden, instead of seeing like a few pipelines, getting to see a ton, and in a lot of ways. And it is not, it is partially, I believe, or I can assert, because of everything that was going wrong and going right, I think, at the time. Like the pandemic was going strong in 2020, and there's a confluence between that and Me Too accusations and outings happening throughout the games industry, if folks remember that. And then also there was the Black Lives Matter and the marches that were taking place as a part of that, and the protests. And I think the confluence of those things created a space where I think people were really not sure what to do. It was a reality that now everyone was looking at, that like, hey, things aren't working. We're not treating people fairly. How do we do that? And how do we make games better? And what I started to see was a lot of different people, to their credit, taking a stand, right? We saw a lot of people saying, okay, we're going to get rid of a lot of reviews, because at the time,
I'm going to do a bit of skipping because we don't have much time left. Oh, there isn't actually that much of it. Let's try and get to what might be interesting. What do we have available? Year 3. What happens in year 3? Culture and community maintenance.
And is able to kind of repeat things, to learn from their mistakes, to learn from their victories, to kind of figure things out. And within that space, in our third year, as we grew that, we also took on production help, because we started to quickly realize that while a team of writers is fantastic to have, we also need
yapping.
Created in this time.
I might be good with this. I might be good on this one. I've hit my Bebe Suka. Oh no.
And those are games.
They even had to turn their own logo black. They can't help themselves. They can't stop.
Games that we've been working on for quite a long time. We worked on ages ago, and now it's finally happening. So even the weird thing is, even though we've been working for such a long time, since 2018, there are very few like bigger titles that we've actually had our names on, and it's only starting now. At which point I think that we are realizing, okay, now we're going to be stepping out a little bit into the world. Is that success? And
blah blah blah. I'm blah blah blahing. There were not very many questions. There were not very many questions. Hold on.
Pictures are like, oh no, we can't.
No, we just don't. It's funny how we'll look at something that happened and it's like, oh my God, that was so long ago. And it wasn't. It was like 2019. Yep. But 2020 just seems to have taken on like a decade.
It was a very long set of years, 2020.
Yes, exactly. All right. So we've got questions, and I've got a bunch more written down because there's an absolute correlation, and I didn't realize it until you started talking about this, between how you all started and how the Powell Group started. because it was one of those. There were several of us that we weren't getting jobs because we were too old, basically, and we were just like, okay, well, why don't we just like work together and freelance this shit? And
I think this is going to be boring shit. The questions I can see are like, how do you consider neurodiversity when thinking of inclusion? How do I get started as a new narrative designer trying to get into the industry? Is it adaptable to indie teams? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh God, we've got like 20 minutes left. What do I do for 20 minutes? How dare I ping? Go give that video a hit and a like if you're in the Discord. Right. God. Kim stream with the owner of Heart Machine. I'm good for now. My brain is like... I over-yapped. I over-yapped. By a lot. By far too much. It's almost as bad as playing Banishers. It's not Terraria time. Now I'll play a game someone bought me. No, we'll play the Thaumaturge tomorrow. Right now, I mean, I got my hands on Backpack Battles. All right, hang on. Here's the game we can play for a couple minutes. All right. You ready? Prepare yourself. Ooh. Terraria time with the nicotine gum. We'll play a silly little game for 15 minutes. We're all gamers here. I'm secretly a Breitbart sleeper agent, ultra right winger who's never played a video game in his life. That's why I can't aim at anything. That's why I don't know any strategies in backpack battles. That's why I had to learn how to play Minesweeper, because I never played games before I was activated to secure a Trump victory. Do you know what I have? Igran. Igran got me the 40k DLC. I don't remember all the gear. Check special packs. Wait, Tomb Raider? Midgar? What's up, my Midgar? Wait, do we have access to that? There's a Final Fantasy VII one? I genuinely didn't know. I don't think I have it, though. Oh, damn. What hex? Why are you saying my name? How can you play with me? I don't know. Rewash completed jobs. Forge Temple, Ring of Iron, Mars. Looks like a land... Yeah, it says Land Raider. Teg Priest. I am your superior, Magos Pertinax Pius. It is to be your sacred duty to cleanse the Imperium's illustrious mission. Isn't there meant to be music in this game? Am I out of my mind? Doesn't this game have music? I do have Vermintide too. I've played a fair bit of it. I mostly played the elf because I like using ranged weapons even in melee-focused games. True, I disappeared after 2016 because my work getting Trump elected was done, and now I'm back for 2024. Oh, you put machines above people.
Yo, Tim, check this. Man, I got time with the nicotine gum. Terraria time with the nicotine gum. Terraria time, yeah, we having lots of fun. Harmful opinions, nah, more like manlet opinions. All game, a Teflon soy man, drink the piscians. Bathroom break, I call it you squatting, sipping from the toilet. Put that in your pipe and boil it.
Oh, but Tim's pure, he ain't a sick man.
Keep telling yourself that life's siffy, man. Timmy loves to drink that pee. Go, 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 a C. Go, 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 yum pee. He loves the warmth of a urine drink. He doesn't even mind the stink.
Drinking all that bladder.
All that bladder ink. Tim the man, no, he don't blink. Motherfucker's cheeks pink. Yeah, yeah. To riot time with the nicotine gum. To riot time with the nicotine gum. To riot time, yeah, we having 7 hours on free ATs.
The fucking ending is so good. AI is already better than humans. AI is already better than people, dude. That yell at the end is perfection. Okay. The yell at the end is so fucking good. Holy fuck. Oh. Subdivision of the vehicle schematic has been sent to your optic systems. Oh, it's even like a Warhammer themed little thingy. Okay. Damn, that's pretty powerful, huh? That's pretty strong. Alright. It's kind of piss weak though, right? I mean, like, yeah. Did that count as me using it? I don't know. I don't know. It feels like I should have. Nightmare Club mentioned. Where? Why won't you listen to my AI slop? Oh, where you narrate no sleep stories and whatnot. Ooh, I've dropped it for a while because I've been working really hard on making sure I have stuff going up on the YouTube. You know, working hard, streaming hard, gaming hard. God, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Bro. The sweet baby employee got banned. Oh no, they didn't. Why is he fucking lying? Is he like the Cabrutus guy shared it? This was 4 hours ago. Did they get returned? Oh well. Yo, the Chris Kindred person has blocked me. Incredible. Fucking coward. Ooh. Central vector for fake news. What is this anyway? Oh.
I've dryly donated £1.
Thank you.
Goku.
Goku. True. I don't identify with characters very often. I tend to just enjoy them as elements of a narrative, or just enjoy their design for being cool and what they do for being interesting. But Dragon Ball really hit home with me. I could really see a lot of myself in Mr. Popo. You feel me? Oh, that's the good shit. That's pretty good. It's not actually good enough though. Okay. Get pretty close. Thought I'd say Krillin. No. Mr. Popo for his reliability. Yeah, I wanted to do it long range. I forgot it has somewhat realistic.
Got a pixelated gun, ready to shoot. Gonna take down the game that no one lose. We've had enough for glitches and bugs. It's time to rise up. No more shrugs.
No more shrugs.
The game that set us free.
Thank the game dev set us free.
No more microtransactions, tyranny. We're the players, we hold the power. It's a late rebellion, this is our hour.
Squirt 'em. How does Suno work? You can input your own lyrics and choose a musical style to ask it to make, or you can just put in a prompt. You just like describe what the lyrics will be. Write a rough idea, and then it will generate a song for you. You need any kind of account it lets you link. Doesn't specifically have to be Discord. I'm so bad at this. I swear I used to be better. Ah yeah, you press tab to see the yellow goo. Jason's trying to dox you. Watch out. Ooh. Maybe I just don't understand it because I'm really cool. Blast Depog's fun. When you've only got a little chunk of time left at the end of the stream, I think squirting Land Raider. The mist does make me yearn for the Karcher. It does make me yearn for a Karcher. I want to squirt my snort and wipe scum off the face of the earth. I feel like this is a dangerous place to be. Did I skip a break? I honestly don't remember if I did or not. I couldn't possibly tell you. Is the Sweet Baby Ink stuff gonna fizzle out? If the press decides to let it, I feel like it's really up to them, to be honest. Always. Look at how many members the Sweet Baby Ink Detective group had before the Sweet Baby Ink employees talked about it. Consider what's going to happen when it gets amplified by press that everyone hates anyway. Ooh. Well, I mean, consider all the people like Asmongold who have already ripped on their shit. Now the choice is fully bow and cuck out to these people or defend yourself. As not being a racist, misogynist, homophobe, whatever. Those are your choices. Streamers have big egos. YouTubers have big egos. Not sure how many of them are gonna just cuck out and say, you're right, I was misguided. These gamers are evil. Oh, those count as individual things? Damn, 25 cents. Hey. Hey. I've made these things. That's just a little transfer. That'll come right off. That'll come right off. We're looking good. By good, I mean pretty fucking bad, but, you know, better than it was. Alright? Ooh. Ooh. You wanna know a really good game? It's called Pick Up Sticks. Good meme. I appreciate it, sweetie. Who did this? Spoon, thank you for your membership. Finally, I've discovered the content that brings the memberships in. Just wash a tank. Just quietly wash a fucking tank, and then the money rolls in. Let's go, let's go. Shh. I'm so disappointed in Card, man. That could have been so good. I feel like one of the most exciting things about Gamergate 2 is there's this new crop of people who aren't hardened to the internet. Do you get what I'm saying? They haven't been around. They still have their nerves intact. They will still get, like, actually upset by stuff on Twitter. We can have, like, you know the little, they are sweet babies. You know the bit on the pier at the seaside in The Simpsons where there's like an old man. No, it's not a reference to you, Spoon, okay? No, it wasn't an old man. No, it's on the ship. It's on the ship with the monkeys, and everyone's egging them on to fight and betting on the monkey fight. There's going to be a lot of that, I think. There's going to be a lot of that. Ooh. Alright, Square. Isn't Twitter a regular shithole now? Yeah. Which, look, I think Gamergate 2 with a Musk-led Twitter is gonna be fascinating. As long as nothing weird happens. Or a big account who tweeted GD2 is on. Indeed. Start Not Your Shield. Yeah, but like the thing with Not Your Shield is like, oh, you're attacking women. You're saying we're attacking women, but I am a woman. Now they're like, you're attacking these fucking mentally ill freaks who have massive issues with themselves. You're saying we're attacking these freaks? I am one of these. No one's gonna say that. No one's gonna be like, we're not actually targeting these people. We are the... No. I wouldn't do it to them. Where's this hex? Terraria time. Nicotine gum. You don't think it's going to be as big as Gamergate was 10 years ago? We'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what actors come in to amplify it. See if anyone gets pulled in. Random name. I agree. If Summerton has just faked this and just like made a post pretending he's killed himself, I'm not putting anything up. If Summerton has attempted, one version of the video goes up. If Summerton has attempted and successfully done it, another version goes up. I feel like you're supposed to be more systematic with this, right? Yo, what is this? Oh, that's pretty cool. Suno can make all sorts of weird stuff. You can even make up genres. You can just make up a name for a genre and tell it to make it, and it will try and figure out what that means. My guess about it, It's hard to guess what will happen. I can tell you, if journos keep it up, it will get huge. Will they keep it up? I don't know. But folks, that is going to be all for tonight. Thank you for joining me through this this nightmare reacty gauntlet. I know today was a today was a struggle of sorts, a struggle session, but I think we got a lot out of it. I'll probably turn that Guardian article into a YouTube video. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, that's all for tonight. We'll be back again tomorrow. It's the start of the streaming week. Oh, my social batteries are already so drained. Until tomorrow, though, thanks for your viewership, your companionship, and your incredible generosity. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the gooey green baby bite.